Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Festival of Modelling. As as happened last year, my MacBook decided to do an update with about 90 minutes to go to the show, and it's still updating. So we're starting today's show from the iPad, but we'll switch over. It's seamless. Trust me, you won't see the join. Anyway, we've got a packed thing to do this weekend. In fact, as always, when we're doing this, we think, oh, how are we going to fill the running time with everything? Then we end up with we haven't got enough time to do everything. And trust me, I've had a box of things turn up this morning, which we're going to do some unboxings. We've got some modeling demos. We've got some interviews. We're going to be interacting with you and general chit chat stuff. So far from going from how we're going to fill a weekend is how we're going to cram it all in now. So let's just have a quick look at the itinerary for the weekend. He says, let's have a look. So we're going to be doing just the general spiel for the next 10-15 minutes, which is just as well, because we're still waiting for the MacBook to carry on its update. Then we're going to kick off with a modelling demonstration, which is going to be me this year. Goodness me. I didn't do any last year because I was hosting it, but I'm actually going to do a modelling demonstration this morning. Then we're going to pop back to the HQ to catch up with the comments and everything. Then a change to the advertised programme. We're actually going to be running the interview with Kim Smith at 11:30 to 12:30. Now, Kim has had the kind of career we can only dream of. She ended up working for Industrial Light and Magic and a lot of model making companies within the movie and television business. She has worked on Hunt for Red October. She's worked on the Star Wars films. She's worked on the Star Trek films. She's even been to Japan and worked for Toho Studios, where she got to meet Godzilla. I mean, honestly, talk about envy. Then we're going to have back to me for another modelling demonstration. Then we're going to have lunch break. Then we're back in the afternoon with Drew Manton. And then later in the afternoon, we have Jen Wright is joining us. So that's pretty much the itinerary for today. It will be subject to change, as you can probably notice at the moment, especially if we have some technical snafus. And also, because compared to last year, people's lives are a little bit more busier this year. So, you know, they're having to cram in other things, as opposed to last year when we're all locked in, suffering from cabin craziness. So Sunday, pretty much the same thing. Hopefully we will have a fully functioning MacBook on Sunday. Then we'll kick off on the modelling demonstration, a bit of chat. We're hoping 11:30 to 12:30 on Sunday. We should be in conversation with Malcolm from Models for Heroes, and I don't know if you've followed what Malcolm does. It's just an absolute brilliant charity that he set up. So we're really looking forward to chatting to him on Sunday. Then we've got some more morning demonstrations, lunch break back in the afternoon. Then we're going to have a chat with Ian Hartup, who's going to talk about the history of AMT. Who primarily are known as a car model for making car models, but they have diversified into other things. Then a bit of chat, and then another modelling demonstration, and then that's it. That's it. The weekend has come. The weekend has gone. So that roughly at the moment is the plan. He said, still waiting for the MacBook to update. So there's a light has come on here. So what we're going to do is we'll probably just have to go for a bit of a test card for a few minutes whilst we sort out the technicals on this. Then we can get on with the demo. I will show you some of the stuff that we're going to be doing some unboxings of today, and we might actually kick off with this, which is the new Tamiya Tomcat with the carrier deck bits and pieces. And we've also got some other stuff that has turned up, including the new Dragon SAS Bushmaster in 72nd scale. We've got the itinerary 24 scale Jeep, which I'm particularly excited about building. And well, I think we'll pick through them as and when. So we're just going to have a little bit of an interlude for the moment whilst we get the MacBook up and running. So if you'll bear with us, we will be back in a couple of minutes. So please stay tuned. Pow, that's better. We are working now, and we should have... Try that again. So just trying to get the OBS to work here. There we go. Should have got all this working hours ago. Like I say, the MacBook decided to do an update, which was very kind of it. So that's what we're going to be doing today. Is we're going to do a mix of unboxings. We're going to be doing some actual modeling as well. And so I thought we'd kick off this morning with some actual model making. I have been looking forward to building this for a very, very long time. When I say a very, very long time, I actually mean about 40 plus years. This is one of those kits that I always wanted to build as a kid, but never either couldn't afford it or could never actually get round to, to finding it in model shops and things. So for this to come back under the Vintage Classics range from Airfix is a tremendous thrill for me, because this is like revisiting my childhood. So I thought what we're going to do this weekend is we will get round to building this, and in order to keep things accessible and to keep things cheap, because we are aware that we're trying to appeal to a broad church here. A lot of you here are enthusiasts, so you are at the more advanced kind of stage of things, but we are conscious of the fact that, especially at the moment, money can be tight for people who've got hobbies, if they can even afford hobbies. And it's all very well us parading, fantastic gizmos like desk by cutters and airbrushes and you name it, but some people haven't got the budget for that, or some people just aren't at that experience end of doing things like that at the moment. So what we're going to do this morning is I'm actually going to start, for the first hour of the show, I'm actually going to go through the construction of this beach buggy and just go through some of the basics. I know some of you will know it, but there will be people watching, or people who may watch on catch up, who perhaps haven't built a model before or haven't built that many models. So we are going to be building it with this. This is a toolkit I got off of Amazon, and this literally cost less than £10. I did actually try and source how to buy all this stuff separately, and in the end, I think it was Spencer found this toolkit, and it was like, well, it's either Spencer or Dave or Rob Monfee. It's going to be somebody. If it was you, raise your hand, and I'll give you the credit for it. But essentially, what you get in here is pretty much a rather awesome set of tools to actually start building a model. Nice cloth there to clean your glasses, especially. So you get some sanding sticks, some polishing sticks of various grades. You get a nice coarse grade one as well. 2 sets of tweezers, some straight ones and some bendy ones. So always useful. A modeling knife. Not sure how good the blade is going to be on this, but it looks to be a kind of X-Acto compatible. So I'm sure you can probably fit X-Acto blades in there. Pair of cutters, a file, and some spare blades as well. So without further ado, helps if you turn the light on, and also a neat little case to keep everything in. So I think you'll agree, for 10 quid, that's pretty good going. That I honestly don't think I could have sourced all these things for less than that. And you get this in, like I say, you get this in one package. So let's get on with some modeling. What will I be using for my gluing? This is about the only external thing I will be using. Tamiya's extra thin quick setting cement, because I just love this stuff. It's just my go-to thing for welding bits of plastic together. Obviously, people choose your own cement. That's about the only external thing, external cost you're going to need to get to kind of start a kit is your glue. Apart from that, that's it. That's the basics this is how we're actually going to construct a model. So let's open the box. And I've already kind of gone through this kit before, but worth going through it again. As you can see, there are really not that many pieces to it. You get the upper body pan is in one piece. Bear with me a second. Ah, terrible sneezing fit. One piece upper body panel. Got the floor section there. Then you've got wheel hubs and parts of the bodywork and seat backs and everything. Then you've got your tires. Oops, Daisy. Oh, don't break bits off. Then we have just some basic bits of the transmission and some of the suspension there. And then we've got the seats, instrument panel, steering wheel, and two rather splendidly sculpted figures, which people have dubbed Sonny and Chair, which they really do place this kit in a certain era. So we do have a rather kind of like swinging 60s couple here. I think he looks a bit like Jason King, but there we go. But the seats are actually quite nicely molded. And I am particularly looking forward to doing the painting on these figures because they really are quite superb. I say I'm looking forward to it. I absolutely suck as a figure painter, but I do like a challenge. So the plan is this morning for the next hour, we are going to start constructing this model using very basic tools and go through the elementals of gluing a kit together. Obviously, when it comes around later on, not today, not this weekend, but a later period to painting this, we will be switching over to spray cans and I will be airbrushing it. But I think, that's a different ball game. This is just going to be about gluing the thing together. Get clear parts there for the rear section and the windscreen there and the headlights and everything. Then a very small decal sheet with the logo and the registration numbers, and obviously your instruction sheet, which we will prop up in the corner. So I'll try and keep an eye on the comments as we're going. Make sure you lot are behaving yourselves. And anybody's got any questions or observations or hints and tips or ideas, just shout. Quick sip of tea. But I will have a quick shout out to everybody who's turned up this morning. Simon Lewis, that's a very good question, Simon. He says, why quick set Tamiya? Time constraint, any pluses over the ordinary extra thin? Well, do you know what, Simon? It is purely a personal preference. We've got here the three different types of Tamiya cement. The white cap is the really thick, kind of like gelatinous stuff, which is good for large pieces and when you want a bit of slower, but when you want a slightly more slower drying time. And this will give you that. And it also means that you can position bits a bit more, get a bit more play. I would use this to actually physically brush onto surfaces, then join them together. So actually for a beginner, I'd probably say that's probably the better one to start with. Then you've got the quick setting, which is the extra thin, which is the dark green cap, which is obviously a lot more viscous, and that goes off really, really quickly. Then we have the extra thin quick setting, which flashes off almost instantaneously. This and the extra thin, you really use this to bond pieces as you hold them together. You can, with the extra thin, you can actually brush it into position, then drop something in place, but your leeway is very limited. With the extra thin quick setting, this stuff evaporates almost instantaneously. So if you try brushing it onto pieces and mating them, you might have your work cut out there. So I just tend to use this, Simon, for expediency because it doesn't slow me down, let's put it this way. But any one of the three you can use. I would, for the sake of argument, I would actually use all three for this demo, but then the problem there is people would think, oh, well, it looks like you're having to go out and buy 3 different types of liquid cement. You don't. You can build something with any one of these. I'll tell you what we'll start off with the extra thin, but if you think I should be using, anybody out there thinks I should be using one of the others, shout, and we will switch over. So excuse me. So we'll say hello to everybody who's tuned in at the moment. So we'll shout out to Michael Scott, Simon Lewis, Martin John, Henry Smith, David Mummery, Stuart Bremer, Michael Drungus, Dougal McWoogle, Paul Milligan, Philip Jones, Dave Swindle, Dave Fleming, Dan Wood, Andy King, Ian Goldstraw, Ian Hartup, Rob Monfee, Stan Codling, Paul Sykes, Simon Lewis, hello Simon, scrolls down, Pavel Krupovic, we'll get the name right one day, Pavel, Tim Maunder. So imagine you have started building a model kit for the first time ever. The first thing I would say is check the sprues for any missing pieces. And if there are any missing pieces, you may have to either return it to a shop or fill out a form or contact the manufacturer for a replacement part. I know that sounds elemental, but it's amazing how many times this week I've seen comments on social media from people who said that I've started building this kit, I've got halfway through it, and then I've noticed this part is missing. It hasn't got the canopy. In one instance, an entire sprue is not in the kit. So best thing to do is always go through it. You'll see if something is missing, because usually there'll be a gap on the runners. And in fact, there should be a gap here because we managed to ping a piece off just now. In fact, there we are. Part number 38. We actually did manage to break that off just now. So we know we've got part 38. So go through everything. Check everything is there. Also check for any malformed parts or short shot bits and pieces. Also gives you an idea to check to see how much flash there is, especially on older kits, if there's any flash on bits and pieces. But it also just helps you to acquaint yourself to the model as well, rather than kind of rushing in and start cutting stuff off, which even I do these days. It gives you a bit more thought. This goes back to what Chris Ellis wrote in How to Go Plastic Modeling 50 odd years ago, and he says, take your time, go through the instruction sheet, which is what we're going to do. Familiarize yourself with the construction process as well. So here we're looking at the bits and pieces for the transmission, which rather handily it says paint all parts 11 silver, which is good because we can build this as sub-assemblies which you can paint later. So yeah, just literally put the kettle on, make a nice cup of tea, and just go through the sequence, see how things interlock. You can also, whilst yes, you sometimes you should work to the production process that the manufacturer suggests. But there's also no harm in also just looking to see whether you can kind of change course or build things, like I say, in sub-assemblies and whatnot. So yeah, go through everything, have a look, see how the model kind of comes together. And it also is an opportunity, like I say, to go back and check everything is on the sprues. I know this is elemental and it's basic, but as I say, you'd be amazed this week how many times people have started building models and they've ended up with bits missing. So let's get chopping. So we're going to get our sprues here. We're looking for bits to do with the engine and the transmission. There we go. It's going to be most of that stuff there. Now, years ago, I used to go through the process of, with a Stanley knife or a scalpel, of cutting bits off the sprue like this. These days, I prefer to use cutters because it's safer and you can just keep the knife for doing any kind of trimming and cleanup on the parts. Incidentally, again, talking about cost, I have a fancy schmancy Tamiya A3 cutting mat here. Trust me, to build a model, you don't need a cutting mat. Actually, for the most part, my favorite thing, when I'm not doing things for the cameras to look posh, my favorite thing for building models is a piece of hardboard. So you don't need that kind of expense. You can just get a piece of wood, piece of hardboard, anything, so long as it protects the surface and and you can chop into it. That's all you need. So let's get on with some modeling, man. Come on. Let's find, we are looking for 14, and there it is there. So I haven't even used this toolkit yet, so we're going to see how good this is. That cuts, that's good. Now that is far easier and far safer than trying to chop bits out onto a surface like this. So we've got 10 and 9 here, so I'll just do a demo here. We need part number 10 there. Yeah, so I find that is far, so you're having to put quite a bit of pressure, and I just prefer to use the cutters. But what we will use the knife for is to go in there and just, there we go, that's a classic there. We've got a chunk of sprue, and we'll just carefully get rid of that till it's gone. Then what we'll do, is get our sanding stick. And again, you can tell I haven't used this because it's absolutely pristine. And we'll just, a couple of swipes there, and that just cleans up the part. On this bit here, we've had a much neater cut from the cutters, but again, we've got a little bit of a tag there. We've also got a mold part line running down the middle here. Now, depending on how absolutely fussy you are, I think if you're at the beginning of your modeling career, I think to a certain extent you might be able to just ignore these and just crack on. Really, there's certain different levels of kind of expectation coupled with experience, but I'm a finicky 54-year-old dullard, so I'm just going to go in there with the blade and just scrape that mold line away. Only takes a few seconds. And that's pretty much that for that. So I'm just having a look at the instruction sheet here. This is a chicken and the egg. It's which bits of these kind of lock in first in order to kind of do this. So and we have to do it on both sides. So yeah. Okay, let's get parts 11 and 9 out of the way, because I think they will assist us in yeah. Now, I'm just reading some of the comments here. Dan Wood says, I've heard you're less likely to get the ghost seams with the quick set stuff. I'm not sure how true that is. That's a good question, Dan, and I think listen to some of if anybody else has got any experience or comments on that. That's a very good question. I might even ask Drew about that later on. Stefan says hello from Sweden. Hello, Stefan in Sweden. We've got Simon Lewis says Airfix are awesome for spares. Also says old tea tray from charity shop. Yeah, Chris Ellis mentions old tea trays in his book. And Simon also says people might find if cutting off fragile parts with a sprue attached puts a lot less stress on smaller parts. It does. It's one of those seismic things that for years I would be do like that with knife blades, with standing knives. You only have to get one blade as you're doing that to actually kind of snap, that you suddenly think, I should be doing this a different way. And I first started using very cheap cutters years ago. Just used to go down to the local kind of market and buy them and use them until they stop working. There is a finite life to cutters, just like there is a finite life to knife blades. But I do find they are infinitely preferable for removing parts. Not all parts. Sometimes you will have to go in there with a knife, but by and large, I use cutters these days, and I think everybody knows my weapon of choice are those beautiful Despy cutters, but they are just impossibly expensive enthusiast things. So we're not going to kind of like suggest people or even say that in order to do it you must go out and buy these. No, you can get by with what we're using here. So let us identify part number 11, which is hiding in there. I'll tell you what, back in the days, Airfix used to cram these bits into the sprues, didn't they? It's economy. It's beautifully economic in terms of kind of parts management. Incidentally, we tend to refer to this as the sprue, and I think it's one of those kind of general things that we just say it these days. Strictly speaking, this is a frame. These are runners, and this bit here is the sprue, but we just call it a sprue. So again, we're just going to go in. We've got a coarse one and a finer one there. I'm just going to go in with the finer one there and just get rid of that trim point there. And the same there as well. And we're looking for part number 9. Not car 54, where are you? Part number 9, where are you? Part number 9. This is where the parts tree is quite handy. There it is. It's hiding on another sprue. Frame, runner. I'm just as bad as everybody else. Part number 9. And again, just a little bit of cleanup on the edge there. That's about it. So, there we go. We can start gluing, can't we? No, stop. We're not. Because, again, very basic thing that seems to get lost somehow, even with modern day kits, even with the perfectly fitting Tamiya kits out there, is, always test fit. Don't assume that 2 parts are going to fit the way the manufacturer intended. Is before you reach for the glue, is make sure it's all going to kind of like fit together as intended. Now, in this instance, we have kind of we've got to make sure the parts are oriented properly and make sure we've got, see here, this is where studying the instructions comes in. On part number 10 here, you've got a short tab and you've got a fat tab. So it's important to make sure you have the part oriented properly. Same here, you've got to make sure that's facing that way, that's facing that way. Then, there we go. We should get small parts, old hands. It's supposed to go like that. Now, we've got a little bit of not quite fitting how it should at the moment, and I suspect that is because we still have a little bit of sprue or attachment tag interfering with the fit. So again, test fit, go in there, look to see what is causing the issue, and then adjust accordingly. And this is one of these things in modeling. No matter what kind of kits you build or for what manufacturers, you will at some stage come across a fit issue, either a large one or a minor one. Depending on your kind of, is this glass half empty? Is this glass half full? To some extent, I actually, when there are kind of like fit issues or little things like this, I actually do like the problem solving aspect of it. I don't mind if I suddenly get two parts that won't quite go together as perfectly as they should, because then I get the chance to kind of sit down and, why is it not working? Now that's working perfectly. That's a really nice bond there. I think though it can be slightly more improved by these locating pins maybe sticking out a little bit too much there. You've got two little locating pins there. So what I'm going to do is give them a quick swipe of the sanding stick just to reduce their height a bit. And I'm also just going to check the mating surfaces there, and I'm just going to give them a quick swipe of the blade, because what you can get is you can get a little bit of plastic buildup inside the sockets for the locating pins, which again will slightly interfere with the fit. Just tiny, literally microscopic amounts of flash. And in fact, there is a little bit of plastic sticking up there. So finally, we'll get around to gluing some bits and pieces together. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm using the extra thin quick setting here. So take it out that I get rid of the excess on the edge, because I don't want to glue my fingers to this piece. That'll be a good start. Just literally brush a little bit on there. Flip it over and then just touch a little bit in there. Squeeze the bits together. And that should be that. And that's how quickly this stuff, really, really kind of sets. What I will do now is just, for extra insurance, is just brush a couple of bits in there. That'll do. That's fine. Hurrah! We've actually got a piece glued together. Just going to say, just going to do some catch up here. Andy King says, I'll be messing around with a Tamiya 35th scale Leopard 2A6 and a Hasegawa 72nd MV22 Osprey that I'm converting into a US version. Excellent stuff, Andy. Spruebox says, morning all Spruebox. Stefan Wadman says, cleaning before in soap water. No, Stefan, that's a very, very good question. I find that, to be honest with you, what if there is any residue on kit parts, by and large, unless it's really kind of obvious surface contamination, is that most plastic cements will just cut through it. The only time, or rather the preferable time I will have for cleaning the model is actually just before I actually start painting it, to get rid of any dust and sanding residue. But also, these things, despite how clean you try and keep them, and anybody who knows me knows I am
horrifically OCD about having clean hands. But even though I will go and wash my hands, literally, I'll go and make a cup of tea, I will wash my hands. I don't like having dirty hands. But even then, with clean hands, after a while, your skin will secrete oils, and those oils will get onto the surface of a model. So prior to priming and painting, then I will clean it. What I will clean it with, though, but again, this is an enthusiast solution, is I will clean it with this, which is isopropyl alcohol. And what I will do is get a bit of tissue, and I will just go over the model. Give it a wipe, and then just let it dry, because that's isopropyl alcohol, that will flash off. Now, obviously, I'm using an enthusiast solution there. The other simple solution is a little bit of washing up liquid, dish soap detergent, bit of water, soft brush. Just give the model a good wash with that. Keep your old toothbrushes, give it a scrub, then rinse it, and then just leave it to dry. So yeah, I would only ever wash a model at the end of the process when it comes to just before painting. That way, you know your paint is going to adhere better, especially if you're using water-based acrylics. They need every bit of assistance they can in order to bond to a surface. So I hope that answers your question, Stefan. Jim Aldegott says, good morning. Good morning, Jim. And Alan Daniel says, hello from North Queensland, Australia. Hello, Alan. What's that? Philip Jones. Yeah, exactly. Solving puddles like this seems to apply more to modern kits, in my opinion, than the older ones, probably due to the fact that many modern kits have a lot more bits and often many alternatives. Yeah. But like I say, I see people not struggling, that's not the word I'm looking for, but I see them hitting fit problems. And I don't know, I quite happily and freely admit, I'm from a previous generation who used to make models that weren't the best in the world. So we kind of grew up knowing that you're going to have to have a bit of modeler input. You are going to actually have to earn your keep, so to speak. So these days, when it comes to fit problems, they're literally water off a duck's back. And as I say, to some extent, sometimes I don't mind it, because I do like that little bit of problem solving. I do like of having something where I think, okay, why isn't this working? It's a puzzle. How do I get it to work? And I don't mind that. But as I say, people's mileage vary. I think people buy kits and they expect them to be kind of like literally, microwave, pop it in the oven, bang, that's it, it's done. But yeah, modeling isn't quite like that. That you will have those moments where you have to kind of like figure things out for yourself. But as I say, we have a saying here, your workbench, your rules. If you prefer to build kits that are pain-free, then go for it. But I do think modeling is a journey. Getting a bit very philosophical now. It is a journey, and there are certain things, certain kind of like badges you have to kind of pick up along the way, in order to kind of get the results you want. Now, we've got part number 13 here, and that is rather tight in there, possibly for these cutters. I'm going to see if they're going to go in there. What I am doing is I'm supporting the piece there with my fingers and my thumb, just in case it flexes. It's going to stop it from breaking. Do you know what? This might be an occasion where actually we need to go in there with a knife. Part number 13. We might need to go in there. There we go. And the same there. I think rather than trying to cut in right close to the part, we're actually going to go in there and just take it off farther out. And so we've ended up with a little bit of a sprue tag there. So we'll get rid of that. And obviously, if I wasn't sitting here chatting, I'd be building this at a much greater speed. But also with knives, always be careful with knives. You'll see I'm cutting towards myself and cutting away from myself. I find that the more you can control and hold the blade literally at the blade, you've got more control over it then. Always treat blades with caution. They are your friend for cutting plastic parts, but with a little bit of inattention, they don't mind what they cut. And I don't know if you can see that on my finger there. I have a nice scar across the top of my finger there, where I pretty much sliced the top of my finger off 30 years ago. I still wince at the memory. Every time I see a Spitfire 12, my finger hurts because it's like, yeah, I was building one at the time, had a bit of an accident, ended up being rushed down to the doctors who stitched the top of my finger back on. Again, we're still using that kind of slightly finer grit there just to get rid of some mold seam lines on there. As I say, I'm being especially finicky because I don't like seeing mold seam lines on my models, but for a younger modeler or a beginner, unless they're interfering with the fit, these are things that you can probably skip. They are skills to acquire further down the line. Now, this is going to be interesting because we have to join these two bits together. I'm trying to work out how this actually... Okie dokie, that... Turn it over. That locks into there like so. It's got a... Oops. So that's got to lock in there like that. As I say, this is real. This is real chicken and egg. This is because essentially this part, you've got to get these two pieces in first of all. This part is then going to be almost like floating in midair, needing to lock onto these two connections here. So yeah, it's get these bits done first of all, then lock these two pieces in place, then go to that one. So this is going to be one of those situations where you almost can't glue it. You can't do any kind of test fitting if you've got something that is kind of requiring to be glued literally. It's the glue that is going to keep it in place. So again, we've got some tricky little bits there. So again, also you might have to orient the sprue in order to get the least amount of space. Here we've got that is sticking up one end and those are sticking up another end. I think that's the best way of doing this. So again, just a little bit of, just put the finger on the top there, a little bit of gentle pressure. Also, putting your finger on the part means that when you do make the cut, it doesn't suddenly spring off and go into hyperspace, which is another skill you'll have to develop as a modeler, which is getting on your hands and knees with a torch, trying to find bits that have pinged off into the carpet or the workshop floor. So, goodness me, we need some tea. So again, I'm just going to get rid of that mold part line. And again, we've got a little bit of a tag there to get rid of. Now, I keep thinking to myself, I'm just going to reach into the workbench and grab something. the tool chest here, and then I'm thinking, nope, I'm not allowed to. I've got to use exactly what I'm using here. So what I would be reaching for ordinarily is a wad of this. Now this is Scotch Brite, Merlon, call it what you want, or kitchen scourer. It's just plastic wire wool, which I find is great for just doing a little bit of extra cleanup. It's something that you can buy readily available. It's cheap. You could even recycle an old kitchen scourer. But I'm not going to use that today because, as I say, I am really trying to be disciplined here and use just this toolkit, the kit, and a bottle of glue. So I'm trying to work out how this bit orientates. Again, which we're only going to do. Oops, ping that bit out. Which we're only going to do by a trial fit. Does it go that way? Yes, I think it does. And that goes that way. I'm not sure about that because that's... No, it's got to go that way. Let's get you out of the way. In which case, I think we... There we go. That slots in there like so. That slots in there like so. And I think then that gives us... That sit up on its end like so. Yes. Yeah, we've got it. Right. What I'm going to do is... I'm going to break open one of these bad boys. No, not that one. We're going to do the other one. For the simple reason that these sausage fingers really can't get those bits in as tightly as they need to be. So we'll use the tweezers to do that. Now, oops, okie dokie. I think that's as far in as they'll go. So what we're going to do is a little bit of extra thin. Just touch it there. Then sometimes what the extra thin will do is actually almost like lubricate the area that you're trying to glue, and it will enable the part to slip in because it will just get rid of any microscopic bits of plastic that are getting in the way. But hopefully, in theory, that will fit. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. So again, just a tiny little blob there like so. And then, grab the tweezers, just give it a little bit of a push. But I think that's fine. I think we need a little bit of leeway there because this has to join up with that bit there. So this is the fun part. This is where we are literally kind of floating in midair here because that has to slot in like so and then come together. Now, in this instance, we might be able to get away with a blob on there of the extra thin, and that is really going to flash off quite quickly. And that should, whoops, that should enable us to get that bit in place there like so. Hold it for a few seconds and let the weld take, there we go, the weld has taken. Then what we need to do is just go into there to that little bit, that join there. I'm just going to touch a little bit in there and then instantly get it together with the tweezers. And the same there, I'm just going to go in there, touch those two bits together with the tweezers. This is actually, yeah, this is a challenge. This is quite a complex little shape, which I think as a kid I might have struggled with this, especially as a kid using tube glue. I think I would have really struggled with this. So again, I'm just squeezing them together until I get a little bit of plastic comes out. But that actually is a very good demonstration of the beauty of the quick setting extra thin, because that has kind of got it on there, and give that another minute or so and that will absolutely be rock hard. So I think going back to Simon's original question, why are you using, this is why I'm using it, because it is just it just does the job. I get the feeling also that I think that's an exhaust. We might be able to hollow that out at some stage. We'll come back to that once this is fully set. But as a kid, trying to do all this with tube glue would have been impossible. With modern day kind of quick setting cements and liquid cements, it is a much easier task. But we're not going to add any more to that. We're just going to let that kind of set now. So we'll put that somewhere safe. And by somewhere safe, I mean we will use the kit lid, and we'll put that out of harm's way. Let's do something a little bit simpler now with this. Andy King says, "Thank you, JM. It appears I have just ordered an Airfix beach buggy." Excellent. Rob Monfils says, "Get a good low angle when searching the floor for bits, makes them easier to spot." Yeah, that's what I do, Rob, is I tend to get on the floor. I actually keep a torch here in the workbench, a bright LED torch, but sometimes I'll use the light on the iPhone, and I literally kind of have my head to the ground, looking to see what's sticking up. If I'm still failing to do that, I'll get the broom out and I will carefully, dustpan and brush, and I will carefully sweep underneath the workbench, and I will go through the bits and pieces to try and find the bit that's missing. 9 times out of 10, I will find the missing part. 1 time out of 10, I won't. And 6 months later, when I'm looking for another bit I've dropped off the floor, there beneath my feet, as obvious as anything, is the bit I lost 6 months ago. Very good point from Simon again. It's try not to skimp on using blades that loft their edges. Dull blades are far more dangerous than sharp ones due to extra force near the cut. Yeah, absolutely, Simon. Absolutely. And that is why I limit myself always to 1 blade a project. Even if that, once I've finished a project, that blade goes into a sharps box, which goes off for recycling. And don't put them in recycling. You have to, if you want to get rid of old blades, you have to dispose of them through a recycling service, a specialist blade recycling service. I just do that and get rid of them, which is why I go out and buy Swan Morton blades, the scalpel blades, and the craft knife blades in bulk. But whenever I start a new project, I will always use a fresh blade. Sometimes, if it's a particularly big project, let's just say I was building another Tamiya Tomcat, the chances are I will go through 2 or 3 blades during that project. It's absolutely, do not carry on using a blade until it is no longer fit for purpose, because that's when they become truly even more dangerous. And in fact, we go back to Chris Ellis, How to Go Plastic Modeling, 1968. He makes exactly that point. So yeah, these have a limited number of cuts, then that's it. Don't make the next cut be yourself. Is always have plenty of blades, and if you can, is always invest in quality blades. We're using what we've got here today, and this is doing a job. But as your skills and experience do progress, you may want to start investing in something like a Swan Morton handle and some of the blades, or even a Swan Morton scalpel. But as I say, we are really trying to keep things absolutely accessible this morning with this kind of simple basic toolkit that we're using here. So we are now looking for, that's why I couldn't find them, because they're on the outside of the runner. We are going to glue, oops, top safety tip, always screw the lid of your extra thin back on after using it, because as you saw what I did just there, I went to do something, dump. I couldn't have done that better, really. That was a very good demonstration there. So we're going to glue parts 1 and 2 together here, especially if you've got a nice cutting mat. You don't want to ruin it. So also, just skipping ahead slightly, I was talking to Ian Hartup about this the other night. What I am going to be painting this beach buggy with at a later date is I've got this Tamiya LP44 metallic orange, which pretty much is almost like the colour on the box top. Be honest with you, if you're building your beach buggies, you could paint them any colour you want. It's your model, it's your rules. This is, yeah, we're leaping ahead here. This is much more advanced stuff, but that is the colour that I will be using. And I will be weathering the beach buggy. It's a beach buggy. Of course it's going to be weathered. So, yeah, this is honestly, it's, as a kid, just one of those kits I would have loved to have had. But like I say, if it was in stock, we didn't have the money, or if we had the money, it wasn't in stock. So what I'm going to do with these is, again, we're going to test fit them together beforehand to make sure everything's good. Actually, everything on that is pretty rock solid from the word go. But what I'm going to do is, using my sanding stick, the side that doesn't have the locating pin, so this is the kind of the negative side, I'm just going to go in there and give the surface a quick scrape with the sanding stick. That will get rid of any lumps or bumps, and actually that's actually improved the fit over what I had just now, which was pretty good anyway. So we've got our 2 bits of the transmission here. We can get these glued together right now. Again, I just literally get those bits in there. There's a little bit of flash there, but I'm not going to worry about that at the moment because we can get rid of that when we do the cleanup. And again, I just gently force the bits together. Just brush a little bit on there. Oops. And I think that'll do it. Just put a little bit more back in there. And a little blob on the front there as well. Just make sure all angles are covered. Yep, a little bit of pressure on it. And again, going back years ago, we used to, with bits of plastic and things, you'd have to kind of like bind them with closed pegs or bind them with elastic bands or sellotape or whatever. I mean, these days with stuff like this goes off so quickly. All you've got to do is a little bit of pressure, and that's it. Not all the time. You will have to kind of resort to sometimes clamping parts together. Another skill you will acquire, especially if you use this stuff, is it's the one-handed thing of getting the lid off, and also the flick to get it shut. But honestly, you saw just now I knocked the damn thing over, and that's why always when as soon as you've done it, as soon as you've used it, even if it's for just a second, put the lid back on. Accidents only need a fraction of a second to happen. So let's just have a quick reminder of the itinerary for today, because I need to keep my timings going here at the moment. And in fact, we will be going back to the HQ in about 25 minutes, and then we'll be running the Kim Smith interview, which again, I'm just going to give you a quick taster of that. Kim is a model maker, artist and model maker in the United States, and she went on to work for Industrial Light and Magic, and just such a fantastic career. the kind of career I wished I'd had when I was at art college. She worked on, Hunt for October. She worked on the Star Wars films. She worked on the Star Trek movies. She even worked on the restoration of the original Starship Enterprise model from the 1966 Star Trek series, which is at the Smithsonian. Which I think for Trekkies, Trekkers, or even for modelers, is almost like it's almost like a religious artifact. That it is such an iconic model. We didn't get a chance to speak about that because we're going to talk about that at another occasion, because Kim's career is so incredibly interesting. And again, I can't get the cutters in there, so I'm actually going to use the knife blade to get rid of get those bits off. Kim's career is so fascinating and interesting. You could literally have a weekend, a Festival of Kim Smith. She is just absolutely, a fascinating person to talk to, and she has said that she would like to come back and do another talk sometime. Hopefully, do a live one if we can get the dates to align, and talk about her work on, the Star Wars films, Star Trek. But yeah, we've got it's a pre-recorded interview coming up, so do bear with us that you won't be able to. You can field questions, but I'm afraid there'll be nobody to answer them. And hopefully, don't tell him, but hopefully at some stage we'll also try and get Roy Sutherland on the show as well, because Roy was a contemporary of Kim's, and Roy worked on the Star Wars films. And I think if you've seen Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, and the cloning facility that Ewan McGregor goes to visit, that's what Roy worked on. That was a huge, great model. And these lucky people, eh? I mean, they get to work on these fantastic films. Although, just us, we go off on a tangent. I did go for a walk on Tuesday with a friend of mine, old school friend of mine, who ended up working at Aardman Animations. And in fact, he gets a credit at the end of a grant. I think the Wrong Trousers and blimey, I'm trying to think what the third one was. The Wrong Trousers and I think it's a Matter of Loaf and Death or something. But we were talking about Aardman and everything because he lives in Bristol. I live just outside Bristol. Aardman are based in Bristol, and we were talking about his work at Aardman, and I mentioned Rex the Runt, which was a show that they did back in the late 1990s. And he laughed because he remembers Rex the Runt. I think he may even worked on it. And I said to him, "Did you know I actually had a cameo on Rex the Runt?" And he kind of gave me a puzzled look. And I said, "Well, what they were doing, there's an episode where, if you haven't seen Rex the Runt, by the way, go and Google it. It's absolutely brilliant. These plasticine kind of like weird dog characters rob a bank, and they make their getaway in their little cart, and they film background plates in and around Bristol, in Clifton and Bristol. And I was watching it, and I thought to myself, I kind of recognised there's a red Mini in the background plate, and I thought that's odd. That's kind of like my old red Mini Sprite that I used to have. It's got the same headlights. In fact, it's got the same slight discoloration on the bonnet. In fact, it's got the black stripe. Hang about, that's my car. And I could actually remember the day I was driving around Bristol, because it's like a part of Clifton that I don't usually drive around. And lo and behold, even though you can't read the registration number, it is me in my old red Mini Sprite, the Red Menace we used to call it. And there it is on Rex the Runt. So actually, I should have got a credit for that. Actually, a co-starring role in Rex the Runt. But that's the closest I've ever had to, the second closest I've ever had to actually having any of my work appearing on television. The closest, and trust me, I dine out on this one all the time, was back in 2014. You're probably wondering, why is he whittering on about other things now instead of talking about modelling? Well, we will do it. We're kind of repeating what we've just done on the other side. But 2014, I went to the cinema to go and see the Gareth Edwards Godzilla reboot. As you may have noticed on the channel, I do like my Kaiju Eager. And I was sat in the cinema, and there's a bit at the very beginning of the film where the camera tracks across like a little boy's bedroom with all the toys on the floor and everything. And what you're supposed to be looking at in the background is this kind of like ersatz poster for a Japanese, Japanese monster film, which features kind of protagonists that look a bit like the ones in the film. But my attention was actually distracted by the fact that there was an Airfix Saturn V rocket just immediately in front of it. And I remember thinking at the time, oh, Airfix Saturn V, that's cool. And then I thought, oh, and it's obviously the updated kit because it's got all the tracking markings and all these other kind of bits and pieces on it. And then I suddenly realized, hang about, I did the artwork for that. That's the upgrade I did. I actually worked in conjunction with Matt Irvin on that one to make it was a reissue from about 2011, and we kind of collaborated to make sure we got a much more detailed and accurate decal sheet this time round. And I'm sat there, and it suddenly dawns on me that here I am, Godzilla fanboy, in the cinema, and there, up on the screen, in a Godzilla film, is my artwork. And a friend of mine was with at the time. She said, I did wonder why you suddenly stood up and were pointing at the cinema screen. The 2 or 3 times I went to see the film, I completely missed the fact you're supposed to be looking at the poster in the background. So my actual claim to fame is that my artwork has appeared in a Godzilla film. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a story I will dine out from until the stars go dark. Subtle pause. Anyway, look, we're back to the actual modelling. This isn't the festival of reminiscences; it's a festival of modelling. Oops, we're building up a kind of duplicate copy on the other side of this. I think it's a carburetor or something. No, it's an exhaust manifold. What does he know about cars? So again, we've just done a little bit of adjustment to get bits to fit in there, and let's just. That'll do for now. Again, we'll just put that aside for a few minutes and let everything kind of like really set on that. I'm determined to knock this bottle of liquid cement over again today. We'll just play catch up with the comments again. Ed W says, morning all. Morning, Ed W. Douglas Hunter said, I was too embarrassed as a kid to buy this because of the box art. Box art's awesome. It's fabulous. Look at that. Roy Cross as well. So that's a Roy Cross classic. And well, looking at the landscape there, that almost looks like Breen Down. It's not, but it could be. That I'd like to think that's Breen Down, but it's not. If you can identify the stretch of coastland on this box art here, then do drop us a line, and you will win, of course, a magnificent, interesting modelling company button badge, of which we've only got a few left, and we will be dishing some out as prizes over the weekend. But I think that's fantastic box art, Douglas. Deary me, come on. Too embarrassed to buy it. Dave Fleming says, put some blue tack at the bottom, it's less likely to tip. There is that, Dave, but I do find I do sometimes just like to kind of like be able to kind of move it around a bit like that. I'm more likely to knock it over if I blue tack it, but that is a good tip. Ed W says, an alternative to IPA, cheap screen wash. Yeah, that'll do the trick. Like I say, washing up liquid and warm water is about as basic as you can go. Actually, that's really bugging me now. I can't remember what the third Wallace and Gromit film was. So what did you do on Saturday? We watched a festival of modelling, but he started going on about Wallace and Gromit films. It was the wrong trouser, a close shave. Of course, it was a close shave. It was a grand day out, the wrong trousers, and a close shave. So there we go. Dave Roman says, "Curse of the Weir Rabbit." Yeah. Yeah, Pavel Kruvovic says you really need that wibbly wobbly effect. Yeah, we're working on it. We're working on it. And Tim Cavalier has joined us from Malibu Beach, California. I bet it's a lot warmer in Malibu Beach today, Tim, than it is here, because it is a right old, stormy, wet, cold November morning. It's marvelous. I love it. These are the autumn days I live for. But we have got we've got this exhaust pipe to get rid of. So we'll get rid of that. Ping. So like I say, today we've got a mix of things. We've got Jen and Drew will be joining us later. They'll be doing some demos. I've no idea what they're going to be doing. We've decided not to tell each other and just keep it all as a surprise. And we're doing some unboxings as well. I think after the Kim Smith interview, we'll do an unboxing of one of the things we've got here. And yep, and like I say, we will be talking to Malcolm from Models for Heroes tomorrow, and to I've forgotten his name already. I've scrolls back. Come on, I fell off my bike 20 years ago. And also to Ian Hartup. Sorry, Ian. I've only had 2 cups of tea today. Come on, cut me some slack. 2 cups of tea. I've had a show that had to start on the iPad yet again because the MacBook spontaneously decided to do an update, which I didn't ask it to do. Right, we've got a little bit of a sprue tag there, which we'll ping off. Oh, nice bit of adzing action there. Like I say, if you're a beginner or a newcomer, you perhaps don't have to do all this kind of like get rid of these mold part lines. It's a good thing to get into the habit of doing, but I think for your first, second or third models, you can kind of skip that step. Now, one of the things I did notice is these are exhausts. So what I'm just going to do is level off the end of that exhaust here. Now, what you can do is you can hollow them out using a knife blade, but this is a particularly tricky. You just center your, and then very carefully go in there, and you can begin to hollow it out like so. You probably can't see it on the camera. You can use a drill bit, but at the very basic level, you can do it with a knife blade, but you have to be very, 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 very careful. And I cannot stress that enough. If I was a beginner or a younger modeler, I would skip this bit, but I'm only showing it just to show that I am aware this does need to be an exhaust and it does need hollowing out. But yeah, and the other thing, the great thing about the extra thin is that when you've got things like this, you just brush a bit on there, like so, and it cleans it up beautifully. So we're just gonna have about another 10 minutes of this. Then we're gonna go straight to we're gonna run the Kim Smith interview because I need to go and get a cup of tea. So yeah, this is going to be a slow and painful for you watching me build this thing. But I'm going to say the other thing that I tend to do this quite a lot in my modeling is I do like variety. I don't like building too much of the same thing all the time. And to be honest with you, I think at the moment, because I've been bogged down recently building tanks and military vehicles, I've just got to that stage where I'm kind of like, oh, I just don't want to I don't want to look at another tank for a while. And I am cutting these off with the knife at the moment because they are a little bit tricky to get in there with the cutters. So to actually kind of sit down and build a beach buggy, and I just love that variety. I just love being able to jump into, sometimes even if it's just a slightly different scale, but and we've got a couple of unboxings to do today, which are going to feature as modeling projects for me at some stage. And again, because they are completely off the beaten track for me and they're completely out of my comfort zone, I just really enjoy that. And I would say I would say don't get stuck in a rut, is try modeling genres or subjects or even scales that you might not normally tackle, because again, we're going to reference Chris Ellis. I'm going to go and get the book at half time so we can actually kind of like talk about it properly. But Chris did make a point going back 50 years ago, and it's one of the things, you know, when I read the book in secondary school, first day of secondary school, went to the library, went to the kind of crafts and hobbies section. Here was this book, How to Go Plastic Modeling. Goodness me, an entire book on the subject. And he made the point about, I always remember the line, he said that in his experience, the citizens with the widest interests tend to make the better citizens. It was something like that. But I remember it did have a profound effect on me, because it just said that, you know, don't get too stuck in doing one kind of thing all the time. Is that just having that bit of variety, seeing things from different perspectives, even if they're just models, you're building different things. You're kind of like you're mixing up your skill sets. And I truly do believe that some of the best modelers I know out there, and I won't mention them by name, but, you know, we could say Spencer Pollard, Marcus Nichols, they tend to jump around genres. They tend to build different things. They will build aircraft, they will build cars, they'll build tanks. As Spencer said this week, oh, the irony, the most popular model he's built in recent times turns out to be a spaceship. He built the Razor Crest from The Mandalorian. But, you know, I do believe there's more enjoyment to be had from this hobby in building different things. But, as I say, it's your workbench, it's your rules. But if you're wondering why this 54-year-old man is really, that's pushing it a bit, why he's so excited about building a kit almost as old as him, because it's just one of those things I've always wanted to build. And I'm not kidding, is doing something like this because I'm dealing with physical kit parts that I don't usually tackle. Things like, you know, kind of like transmissions and exhausts and things like that. Not something I have a great deal of experience of, because by and large with aircraft and tanks, unless you're building ones that come with engines, these aren't things you tend to kind of deal with. So sometimes it can feel like you've suddenly kind of like, it feels like a completely new hobby again. And again, we're just trying to get these bits to lock in like so. I think that's done it. So yeah, you know, if you mix things up, and that should slot in like that. Jurassic Park, there we go. So we know our bits are pretty much locked in. So a little bit of, this will be the last bit we'll do, and then we'll run the Kim Smith VT. I can go and have a cup of tea. Well, a hot cup of tea, let's put it that way. And yeah, again, chicken and egg with this one is you just got to, it's got to lock into one part before it will sit happily on another part. So again, we'll probably blob a bit of liquid cement on that one. I'll get it positioned like so. Oops. I think that's it. I might hold, that's it. And then we'll just go to the other side. Ah. See, it is. This is particularly tricky. I could use a bit of super glue, but I'm not going to resort to super glue. There we go. We've got it. So little bit of quick setting in there, and then get the tweezers. These are actually, for a 10 quid set, these are exceptionally good tweezers. I'm very impressed with these. In fact, I'm very impressed with this set by and large. But we've got, that is just, needs to ping back in there again. This is a very delicate assembly, and as I say, this, I can understand how this would be a little bit taxing for the less skilled modeler, and in fact we've still not quite got everything lined up there, so I'm going to use a bit of brute force to really push that in. Oops. Just making sure it's actually aligned as well. In fact, we've actually got that pretty much aligned perfectly there. And as I say, sometimes when bits don't want to fit together, there might be a small minor blemish in there that is knocking things out. Is sometimes just the sheer chemical kind of reaction of a weld will melt away that whatever is causing that problem, and then suddenly it will actually lock into place. So it can be like a tiny little sliver of plastic, but we're just going to do a quick check there, and both of our exhausts are pretty much locked on. So we are now going to put those aside. So we're coming up to 11:26. So I'm just going to play catch up on the comments again, and then I think we'll go over to the Kim Smith VT, which we will run in a second. Let's have a look. Goodness me. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. Tim said Malibu Beach, CA, USA. I thought Tim was saying hello from Malibu Beach, CA. He thinks that's where the image is. Good guess, Tim, but it's got British number plates, so it is somewhere in the United Kingdom. Jeffrey Kubiak says, good evening from Japan. Konnichiwa, Jeffrey. Hello. Paul Sykes says, I put my glue inside the top lid from a cotton bud container. That's a good idea. I've got one here. That's a very good idea. Andy Goodman says, morning, just doing some product photography and get ready for Telford. Plenty of bottle stands and tops for the Tamir event ready to go. Just say the word and one's on its way to you. That's very kind of you, Andy. Yeah, send us one. We will mention it on the show. I literally tend to be kind of like, I do like to be able to, when I'm doing something and I'm holding something, and just being able to kind of nudge the bottle closer to me or push it away. But as I say, you do develop a thing of being able to open it like that, and then as soon as you've done something, is just flick it shut. A lot of the time, it's such a reflex action that I don't realise I've done it. So, and John Kelly says perhaps Jen will focus on the Beaufort. I don't know what Jen's doing. This is going to be a surprise to me. Tim says, I wish I was in Malibu, just getting the box art. I'm cold, wet, rainy Moscow, Idaho, just after 4 a.m. here. My four-legged feline alarm got me up. Yes. Yeah, we were nearly gate crashed today by Derp, but I managed to get him to sit in the chair properly there. Jim says, I want to make or purchase something to hold my bottles of glue in one place so I can perform the one-handed open and close the bottle. Well, Jim, say hello to Andy. So I think you two should have a conversation. Rob says, could it be Margate? Possibly. Could have been a very neat piece of prescient box art predicting that one day Airfix would turn up at Margate. And Shane Weir says, too dark for beach buggying anywhere. Wow, yeah, that's true. Yep. So that is pretty much it for night now. Just make sure he's got the lid back on there. I will be continuing on with building this as we're running as we're running the Kim Smith VT, and we will be coming back. We'll also be doing some unboxings today. I mean, let's just give you another quick taster of the unboxings we've got here. We've also got, look at that, itinerary 1/9 scale Suzuki RG 500 XR27. Rob will like this. We're going to be an unboxing of the itinerary 48 scale Hawk T Mark 1 with some very interesting marking options in there. We haven't even looked in the boxes for these, so these will be genuine unboxings. And also we'll be looking at Itinerary 72nd scale Eurofighter Typhoon, which has a number of nice RAF schemes on this. So like I say, throughout the day we'll be doing some unboxings. We've also got, sitting here in the corner glaring at me, we also have a Zvezda C-130 J30, again with a nice little carry handle. Jen, right, this is heading your way eventually, so that's for you. So goodness me, we have got so many things to do today. Like I say, ordinarily you look at like the 7 hours you're going to be doing broadcasting, you think, how are we going to fill that? And then once you start getting into the mechanics of it, and even though this year we've ended up with less modelers because, like I say, we're not in a complete lockdown now, so people have got more freedom on everything. So, you know, but even so, we're still looking at the weekend and thinking, yeah, we're not going to cram everything in now. So yeah, there we go. So we're going to run the Kim Smith interview now. And we'll be back in just over an hour. So that the schedule, we'll try and keep it to the schedule, but it's going to be a little bit loose. So until then, stay tuned. And as I say, coming up now, this is a pre-recorded interview with Kim Smith, former ILM model maker. So I hope you enjoy it. And we'll be back in just over an hour. So bye for now. I am utterly delighted tonight to be joined by Kim Smith, artist and model maker who has worked on so many of my favourite films. I'm not even going to tell her because I'll just come across as a gushing fanboy. But she has worked on literally one of my favourite films. But Kim, how did you start out in art?
Well, both my parents were and are artists. My father has passed away. My mother is still alive, and at 99, she's still painting. She's half blind, but she's still painting. So most of actually the majority of my training came growing up. My dad used to take me with him to life drawing classes when I was like 6 and 7. So I got to draw nudes when I was 6 and 7 with my dad. He was actually teaching the class. And he had me drawing life casts and, you know, various anatomical figures and so on. I actually have one behind me up on the shelf that I drew. Both parents were really, really encouraging to me to draw and paint and sculpt.
I was going to say your father was quite a notable artist, and in fact, we've got some of his illustrations here. Tell us about his career as an artist and illustrator.
Well, he was sort of a child prodigy. He became professional at age 13.
Oh.
Because, yeah, he grew up in Toledo, Ohio, and he and another friend were the sole students of a man named Theodore Keane, who had been dean of the Chicago Art Institute. And so he had private lessons with him, and he was so good that the local newspaper, the Toledo Blade, sent Dad to California with his mother to cover a famous trial that took place here in San Francisco. I honestly don't know what the trial was. We used to have clippings from that paper, and we have not been able to find them in recent years. So anyway, courtroom drawings were published in the Toledo Blade, and that's how I became a professional. I should have here the painting that he did of himself at 13, and you won't even believe it. He did a self-portrait, and it looks like a 30-year-old, experienced artist did it.
I mean, again, we could easily fill up an entire show going through your father's portfolio, because
Yeah.
some of the paintings he's done are just absolutely stunning. But it's also just he was just so adept at switching across mediums, because we've got, you know, like a proper kind of like, you know, a proper painting here, but as you say, it's some of his sketches as well. This one of a kind of like a barracks room scene. It's just phenomenal, because it's just so full of life. But
This
he's
was
obviously had to draw that very, very quickly.
yes, he was very fast. This was done in Kunming, China. He was in China during the war with OSS, and so he would just, I mean, he had official duties to perform there, but any moment he had, he'd have a sketchbook out and drawing the people, the Chinese people, the, you know, daily life there. He had a great time. And Kunming was not an area where there was any fighting being done. It was the center for Allied. It was the Allied center in China, and yeah.
I'll say, because linking onto that, there's this study of a man called Arthur Hummel,
Yes.
who had quite a remarkable story. And I think, you know, tell us the story of Arthur Hummel.
Well, he at the end of the war, after the Japanese surrendered, Dad was sent from Kunming, which is more western China, to eastern China to record the freeing of an internment camp. He was not among the first OSS people to show up there. They were all very officially fighters, basically, and they arrived first. And then Dad was sent, to the best I can figure out, a couple weeks later, and he drew people there. And Arthur Hummel had escaped from this internment camp, which had been, I think, a Presbyterian mission. And he worked in the area around the internment camp to try to help win the war. He worked with local people, guerrillas, and so on. And when the camp was free, when the Japanese surrendered, he came back to the camp, and Dad became friends with him. He later became ambassador to China under, I believe, Reagan, and became really good friends of the family.
It is a remarkable story, and I would say to people out there, if you Google Arthur, I've forgotten his name now, Kim. Arthur,
yeah,
that's it. It's just utterly remarkable, and just this, you know, drawing that your father did is, it's I don't know how to describe it. It's just so, it's such a sensitive drawing. And I think it says so much about the character of the man.
It's one of my favorite drawings that he ever did. I just love this. I think of all the drawings that he did in China, which are quite a lot. I have a whole huge collection of them. They've been on exhibition. This is my favorite. Oh, there are two favorites. This one and a little boy. There's one of a little boy that's adorable.
It's quite understandable that you would follow his footsteps in an artistic pursuit. What was your training, you know, going through school and then beyond school?
Well, I as I said, I got a lot of training at home first, and then when I went to Syracuse University, I had a choice of going to Rhode Island School of Design, Pratt Institute, or Syracuse, and I chose Syracuse because it wasn't just an art school. They had a very good art school, but I wanted to be around people that were doing all kinds of things, you know, physicists and so on. And I got, my major was called experimental studios. And that meant that we had a very rigorous curriculum, more so than some of the other art majors. We tried out everything: ceramics, metalworking, printmaking, painting, drawing. We had a bunch of academics, sculpture, of course, quite a lot of variety in our curriculum. So that was what I did at Syracuse, and I was very happy for that. Immediately after, I sort of put myself through school partly by working in the university bookstore, and I had a big book background too, quite some knowledge about books. So I was hired into the bookstore, and then I pretty quickly became buyer for the trade book department at the Syracuse University bookstore, and I worked my last few credits of school doing that. Eventually, after school, I went to work at Sotheby's. I did work in a library, but then I eventually worked at Sotheby's for a few years, which was really interesting. And then I was offered a job in entertainment making models. I actually wanted to work sculpting animals, and I was told at the time that they didn't hire women for that. I was told that bluntly. So I went to work for Landmark Entertainment and started building models there for the theme parks that they designed.
Mm-hmm. I think we've got some photographs here. That's quite exciting. That's quite a thing. That is
right. Yes, it is quite a thing. Yes, we would make art directors' models fully detailed and fully working. Like this would light, the drops in the theaters would go up and down, the animatronics would move, everything. We did everything in miniature so that the client knew what they were getting. And in many cases, the actual props and environments were built using the models as reference. In this particular photograph, we put a lipstick camera inside a model that I seem to remember it was something like 5 feet long. Maybe it was a little longer than that. It's quite a while ago now. But you can see that using the right lens, you get you feel like you're standing in the actual place.
Oh yeah, the parallax and the perspective is
Yes.
Absolutely spot on.
Right.
And we've got another, that's a view from the ground floor of this particular one.
Yeah, this was split in half. So if you open it up this way, so it was half and half, you can now see that it's a model.
Mm-hmm. And we got a picture of you here conducting, you said.
Yes.
So what aspect of it were you working on here?
Well, at Landmark, I did a lot of building and building in a small sense, of course, not as much building. I mean, at ILM, we wound up doing a lot of big building, but at Landmark, I did small building. So that was more what I did. And then later on, towards the end of working at Landmark, I did a lot of painting as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
So you think? I mean, you before with the show, you were talking about you are truly a multidiscipline artist. You not only can you sculpt, you can paint, you can draw, you do printmaking. There seems to be no end to your talents. There's no start to mine, but there's no end to your talents.
No, it's actually a talent, but at least I do it. You know.
Yeah.
I have a hard time. I mean, I enjoy about everything. I enjoy working figuratively. I enjoy working abstractly. In the model shop at ILM, I was able to do both hard surface and organic things. And that's pretty unusual. Most people do one thing or the other, but I like to do all of it. And Dad always said, in the case of paint is paint. So you can paint a car, or you can paint a person. That was his attitude about it. So I kind of took that on.
Sorry.
Oh, this is a miniature for Busch Gardens. This is a projected show. I did the sculpture in the middle of the little monster that comes up out of the floor, and I did a lot of work on the model itself too. I think I did some of the sculpting of stones and building of some of the props and so on. And I think that you have a picture of what it looked like when it was built at Busch Gardens as well. Yeah, that's the real show.
Mhm.
So you do get a pretty good idea how we built those models. You get a pretty good idea of how it was going to look, how it was going to be lit, what was going to work, how it was going to work, so on and so forth.
And you say that's one of the things you sculpted.
Yeah, that's the little monster that comes up out of the floor.
Mm-hmm. And I know you said that you know that within visual effects workshops or within environments like this, were people a lot of the time expected to be multidisciplined, or was it that people had their specializations and they tended to stick to it?
I think that overall it was good if people had multidisciplines, because if you were artistic, a lot of times you found out that you could do more than what you knew you could do. So kind of going into other areas was a good thing. Some people were more successful at it than others. At ILM, where we worked project to project, it was the more you could do, the better, because that meant that you would get picked up, more of the time, because there was more variety of things to do.
So you went. So not only did you work on the miniature proof of concept for Busch Gardens, but then you actually went and worked on the actual.
I did.
The actual thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, as I remember the installation that we did, I did. They had this. They wanted these magical runes on the walls, the drawings. So I made those up and drew them. And then I was making those candles that you see behind me too. It's kind of interesting. They were electric, but this is sort of an interesting technique. We had glass cylinders, and we'd spread a silicone, like translucent silicone, on the outside, and sculpt it with an ice cube, and it would look like these very old, funky candles. You can see it right behind me. It's sort of dripping. And
so. Oh, sorry. Flick the. Yes, I can see them. Yeah. It's just the. I mean, this is primarily a modeling channel, and it's just the attention to detail. It's it's staggering, in terms of how complete everything is. And I think sometimes hobbyists don't quite fully appreciate the other end of the spectrum when it comes to these kind of professional jobs and these kind of exhibition things, is how much work goes into them.
Yes, you're right.
You mentioned working in the visual effects industry, and you were told essentially, well, it's you're a girl, girls don't build models. How did you overcome that?
Well, I worked for Landmark. It was Disney in particular that told me that I would not be welcome in the sculpting department. I just talked to the personnel department, I think, to start with, on the phone. And they said, oh, well, we just don't hire women in the sculpting department. Later, I did apply there. Oh, I know. I did apply to Imagineering, and they loved my drawing portfolio. And I think they were ready to hire me, but suddenly my ex-husband and I were called to move to Northern California, so I didn't even follow up on that. It was particularly sculpting, I think, that Disney didn't want women doing for some reason at the time. I'm sure women do it now, but at the time that was the case. But they liked my drawing skills, and I think they were thinking about putting me in the art department at Disney, at Imagineering.
That seems. I mean, we're only talking what, kind of like mid 1980s. So we're talking about 35 years ago.
Yeah.
It almost feels like that's a kind of like an echo from the 1940s, and here we were in the 1980s, and they were still being so closed off to, essentially being closed off to talent. isn't gender specific. Talent is talent.
Yeah, I mean, I never got a chance to show them even what kind of sculpting I did or anything like that. I don't know why it was still like that. It was probably, it's probably suable that they even said that to me on the phone, even at the time. I did experience sexism virtually everywhere I worked, but, and some of that I had to deal with in the whatever way I could.
I think sometimes the best way of dealing with that is by the work that you do. You know, it's kind of like, you know, here are results, critique me on that. And we've got some photographs here. This is from Captain Power, isn't it?
That's right. This was a job that I led at Landmark, and it was very cool. It was a very cool model. Since I had so much experience in printmaking and in etching in particular, I felt really, really confident about, you know, working on this. Of course, I did not for the etchings for any of that. We had guys who were really good at doing that. But there's another picture, what it looked like.
Yeah, that one. Very
right.
Blade Runner, that.
Right. Yes. And it was, you know, soon after Blade Runner. So we were all intrigued with Blade Runner. And little did I know that I would eventually work with a bunch of people that, you know, they'd be some of my best friends that worked on Blade Runner.
Yeah, this is Captain Power and the Soldiers of Tomorrow, which was a television series from I think it was 1987, 1988. Which we did actually have on in this country, and I remember seeing some of it and, you know, liking some of the miniature work, because I was still going through art. I think I just left art college at the time, but I'm just I'm a junkie for visual effects and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I'd watch stuff on television and I'd be like, you know, that's interesting. But we can't ignore the elephant in the room now, because you went on to work on several of my favorite films, but you went to work on a film I saw at the cinema in the autumn of 1990, which was The Hunt for Red October. I love that film.
That was the movie that probably made me most permanently hireable in the model shop. That was my fourth film, I think, at ILM. I had applied originally. I was working in my studio for about a year, and with every intention of applying to ILM, because that was the job in town. And then I heard they were going to be working on a Kurosawa film, and I thought, oh, I'm going to apply now, because I would really like to work on a Kurosawa film. And I'd already actually worked at Toho Film Studios for Landmark. I already had gone and worked on a project there for them. But they weren't going to be actually working on the Kurosawa film right away, so I was hired to work on a film for Disney World called Body Wars. And then my second film, I think, was Last Crusade. And then the third one was Ghostbusters 2. And then Hunt for Red October. And they were still, I mean, at the beginning of Hunt for Red October, I think a lot of people were busy. I don't remember what all was going on there, but I wasn't totally tried in all things yet. And so Izo asked me, he said, can you paint? And I said, yeah, I can paint. And he said, well, we have these submarines that we inherited from Boss Films, and we have to resurface them so that they look appropriate for the way in which we're going to be shooting them, which is dry for wet. And so I was given the job of resurfacing these models, which were already looking quite beautiful. The way we were shooting, they just tended to look a little bit too much like toys. They didn't have the scale that we needed to really show up in the foggy environment that we were going to be shooting. So I was asked to really enhance the texture on it. So I had to develop these ways of doing that. I mean, if you see the models in real life, they might look a little pocky or like very textured, but they really showed up as in scale in the fog of our stage. So everything is a little bit over the top. And I experimented with some variation on the panelizing using Durham's water-soluble putty and sort of dabbing it on with brush. And I would mask out some of the panels so we didn't get this very regular look all over. And then it would get painted. And I think the original paint on most of the subs that came up from Boss were probably automotive lacquer. But then I did a lot of the painting on top with railroad colors, flow-cold railroad colors. They wanted the submarines to look barnacle-y. And so I experimented, and I picked up, I decided to try out using a material that my dad used for color, and that was the Winsor & Newton masking fluid, which was a kind of probably latex-based, latex and ammonia, I think. And so I would paint it on, and then I would rub it with my finger so that it would create holes. And then I would very lightly spray railroad color through it. It was kind of a lighter gray. But the interesting thing was that my dad had recently passed away just a few months earlier. And I was very aware of him standing over my shoulder as I was doing this. He really enjoyed creative endeavor of all kinds. And he had gotten to visit the model shop a couple months before he died. We were working on Ghostbusters 2 at that time. And he asked me at the time, can you do all stuff? Because the place was buzzing. And I said, I can't do all of it, but I might have to sometime. I mean, I said, I don't necessarily know how to do it right now, but if I put my hand to it, I'd learn how to do it if I had to. Anyway, he got a big kick out of that, and he got a lot of mileage at cocktail parties, I think, when he got back home. But anyway, he then passed away in April of 89, right, 89. And as I was painting these submarines using his technique, I could just feel him saying, no, it's too white. It's too white. Make it less white. Blah, 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 blah. And eventually he was chattering so much, I just kind of said, Dad, just take it easy. Chill out a little bit. Just chill out. But it was fun, and it was interesting to have his voice in my head.
I say it's a coming at it from the hobbyist end of things. That's a finish we strive to do on things a fraction of the size. And I mean, this is the USS Dallas you're working on here, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what was the length of that model? About 15 feet?
Gosh. You're asking me. I can never remember the lengths of things at all. I'm terrible about remembering the sizes of the models, but you can kind of gauge. It looks, I think, it maybe 8 feet, 10 feet, something like that. And if you look at my size, I'm 5. At the time, I was 5'3.5", and so maybe 8-ish, I would say.
And yes, you can see there. This is very reminiscent of when we're going back to 1979 with the paint job, the Aztec paint job that was done on the Refit Enterprise for Star Trek: The Motion Picture. That that it's the detail had to be put in there to sell a sense of scale. And we've got a picture here of one of the Russian Alpha class submarines from the film as well. And again, it is that you've gone for that same kind of paneling, kind of finish. I mean, what was the time scale you had to do all this? And
we did not have much time. As you said, the movie came out 90, right? And we inherited it. It seems to me that I started working on it. Oh gosh, we were working on it when we had the Loma Prieta earthquake here, which is what, October or September, something like that. Again, dates and stuff. A lot of times I have a hard time remembering. But in fact, while I was working on the Dallas and the Kanawha, in that very same room, the day of Loma Prieta earthquake was really quite a day. Pretty amazing. The rolling doors were rolling up and down, and I could go into the whole earthquake thing, but you don't need to. And I think they went to stage in Richmond, Point Richmond, in January, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it was a pretty quick turnaround. We had to actually build another Red October also. And I can't remember the length. John always remembers the length, but we had to build yet another size for how we were going to be shooting. And
you worked on, I mean, you worked on all three submarines, and there indeed is the star of the show.
Yeah. One of the stars. Yep.
The Red October. Were you? I mean, to give people a kind of like an idea of the production kind of timeline on this? Were you working on one at a time, or were you kind of like jumping from one submarine to the next one in order to keep the keep the workflow going?
I think I was. I don't remember exactly, but I was working on all of them at one time as it was available. The ones that came up from LA, I was able to work on right away. Of course, there was the one we built, which was smaller than this one, and I really wish I could remember what size it was. I'm going to start including that in the names on the photographs when I send them. But a lot of things, the one that we built, I think is the one that we actually primarily used for shooting, if I'm not mistaken. And a lot of things were done on stage for as needed, and that happens all the time. We get things at 80%, and then we do it. Then I do work on it every day for whatever the next shot is, get that particular section ready. So the Red October just kind of went on getting improved pretty much the whole time that we were shooting. And then occasionally we had one or two falls where it fell from the wire rig. And my colleague, John Foreman, and I had to put it back together again. It was John and me on stage all the time at Point Richmond, otherwise known as Fruit Bay, as it used to be a fruit warehouse for bananas. But this is repairing it after a fall. So I was the constant on. John and I were on the constant. Were the constants on Red October from the time I got on it. I never stopped working on it, but other people kind of came and went for one reason or another. But
what were they built of? I mean, I'm imagining that's some kind of fiberglass construction.
Let's see, the one we built, I think it was made out of foam, and I think fiberglass over it, and then hogged out the foam. The ones that came up from Boss, I can't. No, they did it a different way, and I can't remember what they did. I didn't really spend a lot of time looking at the construction on how they did their Red October, but ours was done differently than theirs. But I know that Rodney Morgan, I think, was one of the prime people sculpting the one that we built, and later we actually did other copies of it because. Hard Rock, it wasn't the Hard Rock Cafe. It was, anyway, people wanted them for their restaurants. So we did a couple other ones, I think, after that.
That's a stunning photograph. That's just,
yeah. I'm not sure who took that. And I apologize to whoever took it, that I don't know who took it. I can't, now this year is the 50th anniversary of Lucasfilm. So there's a big call out for photographs from people. previously we weren't really supposed to be taking photographs. It was supposed to be illegal, but now they want all our photographs, and these have shown up more recently, at least in my sphere. And I apologize to whoever it is that took this. I can't say their name. It might have been Bob Foreman.
It's now we mentioned the the paint finish. We'll go back to this picture actually, because again, I'm in complete awe of all that kind of paneling and just that general patina on it, because I mean that's a big miniature, but that really does, if you were to, without the context of the studio in the background, it looks massive. It looks like a honking great big Russian nuclear submarine. And as you say, once they actually went into the studio, this is something I never really appreciated watching the film, or appreciated whilst watching the film, because as you say, they did almost all of the stuff in all the submarine shots in the film were done in camera, and they were done, as you say, dry for wet. The models were on wires. At the time, I just assumed everything was motion controlled, and everything was shot on blue screen and composited, as is the normal way with, especially with how ILM worked at the time. But when I saw your behind the scenes photographs, I was absolutely floored that this was done using techniques which, you kind of go back 20 or 30 years. This is what Derek Meddings was doing with the with the Jerry Anderson television shows like Thunderbirds and stuff like that. It's a very old school technique, but on the screen it just looks spectacular.
Scott Squires was, I think, in charge of adding particles. So the particles that you see in the movie are computer generated, and I think that was his baby, was doing that.
Yeah, because I think from reading up on the film, is one of the other things that was kind of like, we're talking about still in the prehistory of CGI, was the prop wash from the Caterpillar drive, but also some of the torpedoes. The prop wash from those was computer generated, but no, I mean, going through the pictures here, I mean that's a good one there. You're working there on one of the canyons there, and you can see one of the Red October models on its wire work harness. As I say, I was I was absolutely staggered, and even watching the film since then, it still amazes me that so much of what I'm seeing on the screen was all done in camera. And again, we're talking about the paintwork. It's how much it just, everything has that kind of sense of mass and scale. It's very easy to, for films, when you're doing miniature effects, that if you don't get the scale, as you say, it suddenly, you lose it. Suddenly everything looks a bit toy-like, which can be a combination of things. It can be depth of field, it can be movement, speed, and sometimes things, just the paint jobs on them doesn't give you that. But honestly, with this film, and I am going to be the gushing fanboy here, but it is just a film that I can sit and watch, and I'm constantly marveled by, by the technical kind of aspects that went into it. I mean, there's a shot of the Alpha sub there, and again, there we can see the paint job within the environment, where that paint job had to show up through all that kind of, like, the smoke in the studio.
Yeah, I'm sorry that there's another shot of the canal up too, and the photographs for some reason have been discolored. There was no rusty color in that, so if you can sort of imagine it without the rusty color. Underwater, things look very flat. There have been art directors that instructed us to paint things shiny because they were going to be underwater. And of course, that's not the way it works.
Hmm.
Things don't look shiny. I mean, unless they're metallic or something like that, or I mean, there are probably exceptions to that, but basically, you don't make things, paint things to look wet that are going to be shot like this. So making it flat was really, really helped push the illusion.
Mm. And also, were you, as well as experimenting with colors and shades, were you also varying the actual kind of like sheen on the model, so that you
Yes,
were getting flat panels, but then you were getting
yes.
the occasional panels that had that little bit of shine to them?
Yeah, having specular variation is extremely important. And if you
Mm.
don't mind me going into the subject of uh,
Please do.
paint scale, recently I posted a picture of something that I worked on that was meant to be a toy. And someone's comment was, I bet it's really hard to make things look like a toy. And I said, no, it's very easy to make things look like a toy. It's hard to make them look scale. And that is because, for example, a 747, if you have a 747 sitting on the tarmac outside an airport, it is going to be, not only is it having a tremendous amount of surface variation and warble in it, but it also reflects everything around it. And there's a lot around it. There are buildings, there are tugs, there's sky, there could be people, all kinds of things. So when you paint something that's tiny, which is only going to reflect a couple of things that's around it, you have to actually paint in, you don't paint in the literal reflections, but you do have to make a lot of variation to give the idea that this is a massive thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
It
I mean,
doesn't.
again, I am just absolutely drawn to that picture, because it's it's the kind of finish. One of these days, I'll actually achieve that on the stuff that I do, albeit at a smaller scale. But it's I look at this, and I'm just like, how do you do that? How, I'm to say I'm envious is an understatement. And again, as I said, this kind of goes back to this actually goes back to one of the things that Douglas Trumbull had when they were doing the Enterprise for motion picture, was that he really would have preferred the model to have been bigger, but that was the one they were a bit, ironically, kind of parallels with Red October, because that was the model built by Magicam, which he inherited. So because they were having to go in close with it with a periscope camera, that paint job had to sell the idea that it was this huge 1,000-foot long starship. And again, I'm looking at this and I'm seeing the same kind of thing in action. It's all these tiny little panels,
Yeah.
which just make you think this thing is huge. And I know you're standing there, so I know it's a model. But even then, I'm thinking that thing looks like it's about 2,000 feet long. It's
Yeah.
it's huge.
Yeah.
And like I say, you also worked on. We had a picture just now, but you also worked on some of the scenery as well, especially some of the canyons for the
Yeah.
Thor's Massive sequence as well.
Yep. Yeah, it's a combination of wood structure, two-part foam, and aluminum foil.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I think they used the black aluminum foil that they used on stage usually, but I can't quite I think it was, or it may have been silver foil that we painted black. But of course we had to repaint it anyway, because you put foam on for that kind of bubbly look that it has, and that all had to be painted anyway. So here we are. Yeah, we had a little crew come from the model shop. They built the basic structure and then completed the surfacing out there at Fruit Bay.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the setup in the background for meals and so on.
Oh yes, I can see it, and hopefully that gentleman got his car fixed as well.
Yes, right.
But we've got another picture here. This is this again. This is from the for anybody who doesn't know the film. This is a sequence where Connery takes the submarine through some canyons, and he's doing it all manually rather than using the calculations. And that's when they get bounced by the Alpha sub that's firing live rounds at them. And yeah, I mean, you know, here we have another one of the canyon walls. I mean, how tall were these, Kim? I think we can see in one of that image there. I mean,
I think a lot of them are like 20 feet. I would venture to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So how long were you on set for filming?
It was about 2 months.
Sorry?
It was about 2 months, I think.
2 months.
And eventually we wound up having to have 2 stages going in Fruit Bay. The reason why we shot there was because the hangar was, the warehouse was so big that we could get the depth of field that we wanted.
Mm-hmm.
We could get the distance and so on. And then eventually we divided the space in half so that there could be 2 crews going on it. Pat Sweeney was the first DP on it. And then I think Marty Rosenberg, I think he took over the second. And we may have even had it going 24 hours a day at some point. I wasn't always out there, of course, then, if that was the case. I always had full day. We may have even been going hours a day at some point, in which case, yeah, anyway, that's what I remember.
And another thing was that you were saying that the reason why it was shot wet for dry rather than, you know, going through kind of motion control and blue screen and all that thing was just expediency. It was a time factor.
Well, that's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say for sure how that decision was made that way, but I'm pretty sure that was why. I have an alarm going here.
You go and deal with your alarm. Don't worry,
Okay.
these things happen. Yeah, we can edit this bit out.
How annoying is that? Okay. Okay.
Don't worry, Kim. We can edit that bit out.
Okay, good. It'd be too annoying having it going on in the background the whole rest of the time.
And we've got this is a crew picture of the ILM crew, and with one of the Red October models in there. And again, gives you to use a pun, it gives you a sense of scale as to how big these things were in order to, as you say, to get the depth of field. Because I think, you know, perhaps people don't quite appreciate in order to get the depth of field, you've got to get lots of light. But at the same time, you're trying to make these environments look dark and murky. So it's a real
yeah, right. Lighting has to be just right. I mean, it usually, well, we used to have like a day for setup lighting and so on. And sometimes it took 2 days before we could, you know, really start shooting for real. That's what I remember. And that was pretty common on a lot of shows. Here in this picture, you see not just the crew from the stage, which was, I don't know, maybe 15 of us or so, 2 from the model shop, and the rest were all, you know, DPs, stagehands, electricians, and so on. But they brought people drove out from ILM to be part of this photograph. You know, the computer graphic end of it, they came out to be part of it. You see John Knoll in this picture. His wife was actually, I think she was coordinator or something on it for a while. She's there. Scott Squires, a bunch of people that we all know and love in this picture.
As I say, I think again we're going to veer off with a bit of trivia here, but John Knoll, who was key to, he was one of the key people at ILM for doing very early CGI and computer graphics and everything, was also a chap who co-created Photoshop.
Absolutely. He and his brother Tom.
Yeah, when they were still in their kind of like early to mid-20s or something.
And they were working. I mean, at least John was working at ILM at the time, from what I understand. So we can blame a lot of, CGI replacing models on him. We joke with him about that.
Well, it's funny. It's funny you say that today, because I was having a conversation with somebody who, a friend of mine who worked for Aardman Animation, who did Wallace and Gromit and all that kind of stuff, and we were talking about Phil Tippett, and he said he can't wait to see Phil Tippett's new thing, the gods, and that's it. And I said to her about the story about how early on in production of Jurassic Park, when ILM started showing all these kind of dinosaur things they were doing, that Phil Tippett said, I'm extinct, which is the line. It was the line that went into the film, which Jeff Goldblum says to Sam Neill. But I said that, I remember talking to somebody from the ILM model department who was kind of like, tough, Phil, it's a tough break. But little did they know eventually they, it's it all catches up with them in the end. But we will, if at some stage in the future, Kim, if you'd like to come back and talk about some of the other films you worked on, because you've also worked on some other films that I'm dearly kind of like dear to my heart. But just to tease some of the people out there, name some of the other big motion pictures you've worked on.
Well, I've worked on I worked on all of the Star Trek films that happened practically at ILM from the time I arrived. So that would have been 6, 7, and 8.
Mm-hmm.
And I did do refurbishing on the Enterprise A. And I actually worked on a very, very large number of the ships from Star Trek. Plus, recently, we got to John Goodson, Bill George and I helped refurbish the TOS Enterprise for the Smithsonian. But also worked on Pirates 1, 2, and 3. I worked on Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Die Hard 2. Let's see. I mean, lots. I worked on Hook. I worked on Peter Pan. Peter Pan was a movie that I stepped off the stage into CG for. Let's see. Galaxy Quest, Planet of the Apes. I'm trying to think. I mean, I'm trying to go through my own resume, and I'm Starship Troopers, Space Cowboys. Let's see.
I'm just sat here and my head is swimming, because it's just like, it's a lot of films. That's a lot of films that I've watched, and a lot of films I've watched and hadn't realised, that's your. I mean, we will talk. Just talk very briefly, because we'll try, like I say, I would like to come back and do another thing with you where we can talk about Star Trek and whatever. Yeah. Is that there was one particular shot in Star Trek First Contact when they're doing the spacewalk, and you had to go in there and rejig part of the E model because they needed to get the camera in close.
Really close. Yeah, I think I had to change my reader's prescription a couple times after that. That was really something. They gave me, I think it took me 17 hours, if I remember correctly. And it was a very tiny amount of space that had to look really good on the big screen. And I literally had my readers on. I had goggles on too, to magnify it, because every last thing, I mean, any speck of paint looked like a boulder.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in the end, they wound up doing some CG enhancing on it as well. I don't think it's actually absolutely pristine, my paint job. I think they actually did a little touch up too, because They were really patient about it, though. I mean, I was really surprised. I mean, I thought it was a sign of trust that they thought I could do this, and I guess I sort of did do it. But you know, it was a big order because, like I said, if you just had a piece of dust on it, it would look like a boulder on the screen.
Yeah. No, it's I think that's part of the shot that you worked on, wasn't it? Yeah.
That is
And that's like I say, there might have been a little bit of digital enhancement going on there, but by and large, that wasn't a section specially built for that shot. That was the beauty model that they were using. And you had to go in there and you know.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I have all the details about that, but I'll get back to you if there's anything I missed.
And like I say, you also worked on the Star Wars prequels.
I did.
And again, I think there tends to be, and I'm as bad as this as anybody else. There tended to be an assumption that from about 1999 onwards, that a lot of the stuff in the films was all digital because that's, you know, ILM were pioneering it. But actually, when you look behind the scenes of you know, of especially stuff on, say, on episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, that the volcano planet where the climax takes place at the end. No, that was all huge practical sets and you know, practical lava and everything.
We had a warehouse of models. I mean, an amazing number of models for especially the number 1. Number 2, we had a lot as well, but not quite as many as the first. George didn't want people to know that I mean, he really was trying to make it all digital. In fact, I remember on episode 1, him walking with John Knoll through our Windward stage. I believe it was Windward stage where they were all set up at one point. And for some reason, they were allowing us all to be there for this conversation that they were having. But George said, I want to know why we did this, why we made all these models. And I actually honestly don't remember what John Knoll's answer was precisely, but it was in defense of doing actual models. John Knoll is a model maker himself. And he loves models, and now he's actually doing some practical things for Mandalorian. He's building the control track and the mission control camera. He didn't really build the camera, but he built the track. He's designed and built the track for the practical model shots. My partner John Goodson is making so far has made 2 of he's working on the 3rd. Practical models for Mandalorian. Then the 3rd one is not for Mandalorian per se, it's for something in the future. But John Knoll is working out of his garage making the motion control tracks, and a 3rd person is doing machining in his garage. So they have sort of called it 3 garage productions.
And that all stemmed from Jon Favreau wanting he wanted a practical model to take away from the show. And it kind of snowballed from there because they started doing one. They kind of 3D printed bits from one in order to do that. And it just, you know, there's a video out there that was part of Star Wars Celebration where they just went, oh, you know, we think we can do a shot as practical. And like I say, and then John went into his garage and he was machining a motion control rig.
Yeah.
And it's gone from there that they've ended up, you know, they've ended up having, you know, some of the shots were done with this model that Phil Tippett even ended up doing some stop motion for some scenes. Mm-hmm. They've got an Imperial Star Destroyer for the 2nd season is a model as well. And, you know, to me, I'm old fashioned. It's, if you're going to do Star Wars, you're going to use models. You know, it's,
Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni love models. They love, and Doug Chiang. I mean, they really, you know, were all over having real model. And the Razor Crest was John Goodson, got there was a 3D print of the Razor Crest based on the digital version of it. Any flying shots that you see of the Razor Crest is the practical model, and the land shots is digital. But he got a 3D print of it, but 3D prints are almost unusable for shooting. They're just too flimsy. And so he assembled and detailed it. Then he cast it. He made a mold and cast it so that it would stand up to being on a rig and so on. And he painted and detailed it. We have pictures of it on our dining room table. Yeah, it was built in our garage, and the cruiser was also built in our garage. That was built from scratch. No 3D parts involved. And he's building the next one from scratch as well. But it is, like I said, it's not going to be this fall. It's going to be in the future sometime.
Yeah, for goodness sake, don't get him into trouble.
No, I can't say much about that.
No,
we know
no,
what happened in the past, and it's, I think, okay to say that he's working on.
I wouldn't want to be the catalyst for a breaching of a non-disclosure agreement. Let's put it that way. Just to wrap up for tonight. I mean, again, Kim, we're very grateful you to give of your time this evening to talk to us. I'm actually booked in to go and see the new Wes Anderson film next week. I don't know if you've seen it or not. You've certainly been posting links to it.
Right. John Goodson has asked me not to go to the theater to see it. He is really uncomfortable with interior stuff, and he knows that I am falling all over myself to go see it, but it's not streaming yet, and it may be a while before it's streaming. So he has asked me politely not to go to a theater. So I have not seen it yet.
Okay, well, this is The French Dispatch, which is the new Wes Anderson film, and there is a lot of Wes Anderson. He's a filmmaker who loves practical stuff. He loves models. He just has a feel for and a love for them. And I think anybody who's seen the Grand Budapest Hotel may not realize that the hotel in that is a huge, great model. It's absolutely enormous. But I mean, as a question, it's a loaded question. But do you think that filmmakers are more and more now starting to think, well, we've kind of seen what computers can do now. Shall we go back to making things?
I don't think that there are few directors and filmmakers who really just want to have models in their movie, and they have the clout to have it be like that. And then there are people that definitely want to at least have a representation of models in the movie. I mean, I doubt that we'll, as a general thing, ever go back to doing models to the degree that I was able to do in my heyday, and my friends, colleagues. So yeah, I think that I think what's happening is that people are recognizing the attraction of having real models in movies. It is said, and I don't know if this is true, but that still real models are more expensive to shoot now than doing CG.
Which is rather ironic, because 25 years ago, it was the other way around.
Well, I'll tell you, I saw a lot of bad CG early on in my career at ILM. I mean, I remember when they first started trying to build the Enterprise in computer graphics, and you could see through it. I mean, it was definitely, a learning curve, trying to figure out how to make it work. One of the things that a lot of people have lost, I think, is the ability to see. A lot of people that work in CG don't necessarily study how things move or how they're built.
Yes.
And so on. They don't necessarily know how. I mean, when you build a real thing, it pretty much has to work.
Mm.
You can build CG models that would never work in real life. And
Mm.
I remember there was some experiments even with building digital helicopters and at ILM, and they were trying to figure out how to make them look real flying. I mean, really, people who are building digital helicopters need to go and look at a helicopter flying and see how it moves, because it does not move like an airplane. And there's a lot of idiosyncrasies of a helicopter flying, but that's what a lot of people are not paying attention to, I think. Maybe it's better than it was 15 years ago or 20 years ago. But
it's what I tend to refer to as ragdoll physics. It's, you see these things doing, you know, this is one of the things actually John Knoll said about when they were shooting the Razor Crest miniature for The Mandalorian, that they said that because the motion control rig could only do certain things, it could, you know, it could only kind of like do certain kind of like roll movements and you know, the speed and the parallax of the model actually ended up influencing the CG, because they were saying to them, you've really got to limit that to what you could do with a physical model. And ironically, by doing that, everything suddenly, you know, everything suddenly takes on a bit more realism. It was one of the interesting things I read about. It's this fan series called Star Trek Continues and whatever. It's very professionally done, but they actually had some you know, some kind of like, you know, professional visual effects guys who did some of the stuff for it. But one of the things the guy doing the Enterprise was, he said that he built a CG Enterprise, but he built it as a 6-foot CG Enterprise, so that when he put all the lights and did all the rendering, everything, it suddenly it looked like the model. It looked like a physical model. And I think part of the problem you have, I say it's a problem. That's a bit of a misnomer. But one of the things these days is things are built and lit as if they are to scale, but you lose something. It just, I don't know what it is. It's, and I'm not denigrating the work of CG artists, far from it. You know, I've seen stuff what I've been convinced has been models and it's been CG, but there are things that I've seen where films recently where aeroplanes and helicopters do impossible things, and I'm just like, it's a video game.
Right. It doesn't, your mind knows that it's not the real thing because of that. Environmental lighting and computer graphics is one of my pet peeves. It's usually gray. It's funny because the other day we were somewhere and I finally saw a real landscape that looked like a CG landscape because of the quality of light on it. But I don't know what the solution for it is exactly. I think what it is people seem to light environments in this kind of uniform way. And in real life, things aren't, it's not like that. I mean, there are variations in light color everywhere due to reflections and all kinds of things. But that's just one example.
Yeah, I think it's almost that when things are created digitally, they can be too perfect that you lose the imperfections that real life actually throws at you.
Right. There's that quality of lost and found, which is really important. Like if you're painting a portrait of someone, it's really important to include that. It adds so much life to it. There are outlines that will be indistinguishable from the background, for example, from time to time, just here and there, or highlights or whatever. But there's this dance that your eye can do that when you're looking at something that's well painted, that CG just calls out everything. I mean, everything is exact. They should have like a lost and found filter or something to put on it. Then maybe they do now. I don't know. I haven't really been doing environments, but to speak of, I haven't been lighting environments. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's my big bugbear with films these days is just grading. I've come to loathe grading. I sit like, oh, here we go, teal and orange. It's just, you know, it even going to see the new Bond film. I enjoyed the film, but just the cinematography looks so flat because everything is graded to oblivion, and it's anyway, that's a separate thing, which people are tuning into for a modelling weekend, and I'm talking about like grading. This is what we do on this show. We go off on these tangents. Kim, I'm really I'm so grateful for you giving up your time this evening to talk about Red October and your experiences within visual effects and model making and everything. And honestly, we'd love to have you back on, because we'd love to talk Star Trek, especially, goodness me, the holy grail that is working on the original series Enterprise model. I mean, that for many people is the closest they get to the Ark of the Covenant. That is like a religious artifact.
Yeah.
It was really fun. And just quickly, you also said you worked at Toho Studios in the 1980s.
That was Landmark Entertainment. I talked about my origins doing models. We actually had designed a store for the Ginza for Sanrio, which is Hello Kitty. Mm-hmm. And the model did not get entirely done before it was supposed to be shipped. And Toho Prop Studio was going to be building the actual pieces for the inside of the store. So the models went to Toho prop department, and my friend Greg and I went to go finish the models. We were the best people. I wasn't actually actively working at Landmark at that time. I was called in for different projects. I was in Northern California, but they called me for 2 or 3 projects actually, and that was one of the ones. Since I wasn't working elsewhere at Landmark, I could go with the model. So Greg and I finished up the models at Toho Film Studios so that the prop makers could see what they were building. And that was a really fun time. We got to visit with Godzilla and other things. I
was going to say,
yeah, right.
What's he like to work with? I hear he's a real nightmare.
And there's another photographs too. I was trying to give him a little kiss, and he just absolutely didn't let me do it. So I mean, he was completely professional, I have to say.
I've heard that he's very demanding and likes to put his foot down, mostly on top of Tokyo. But but that must have been lovely though to have got the call to say, Kim, you're going to Japan.
Absolutely. It's a much longer story, but I was able to come up with my passport right away and get it updated so that I could get there. It was very short notice. It was like a day notice. And things just happened to turn out the right way, and I loved being there. It was very interesting being at Toho.
Yeah, I can imagine. In fact, my friend Norman England, who's a film journalist in Japan, it's always very confusing. His surname's England. He's American. He lives in Japan. It's like, but he's actually got a book coming out very, very soon called Behind Kaiju Curtain, which is his experiences of working covering the Millennium Godzilla films and the Gamera films as well. Looking forward to it, because it's all kind of like the practical miniature work and the filming and everything. I'm an absolute sucker for that, and I could go on for that for ages. I'm not going to. But honestly, Kim, I am really grateful for you tonight for giving up of your time. As I say, if you would like to come back perhaps in the new year and we can talk Star Trek, I'd love to. It's personally, it's been an honor, and I'm not saying this in a kind of like a fanboyish way. Obviously I am, because it's an honor to speak to somebody who has worked on films that I'm just like, that's one of my favorite films. It's like, and you worked on them. It's just like, I shall dine out on this one for ages. So Kim,
I am thrilled to talk. I love talking about it. I don't have the steel trap mind for some of the details, like measurements or even dates or names sometimes that my partner has, but I can give you the essence of what's going on. So
I think to have you back on talking about like the technicalities of what you did for the original series Enterprise, for the Smithsonian Enterprise, about the paint matching, all that kind of technical stuff that our people love. That would be terrific. That would be really, really fantastic. Kim, it has been an honor and a privilege to talk to you tonight. I'm very grateful for you for coming on to talking to us, and we will certainly look forward to speaking to you again.
Thank you, Jonathan. It's been an honor for me too.
Thank you very much. And yep, we will speak to you again very, very soon. So from this segment of the show, thank you, and we'll see you soon. Try that again. Quite honestly, I was starstruck. I've only ever been like that in a couple of times in my life. One was meeting the astronaut Chris Hadfield. I think I've told this story before, that I queued up for nearly about an hour to meet him, and I was kind of thinking about things to say. And then I eventually kind of met him, and he just sticks out this great big hand like this, and he goes, "Hi, I'm Chris Hadfield." And I'm thinking, yeah, I do know, mate. I've been watching you for the last 2 hours on stage. And suddenly this little voice in my head went, "Hey, JM, you're finally getting to meet a real astronaut. All those times as a kid when you dressed up as an astronaut, now you're getting to meet a real astronaut." And I just went, and he says, "Oh, who do I sign this one for?" I'm just like, "Can you sign it to Johnson, please?" I lost it. I completely lost it. And to be quite honest, I'm genuinely, when you see the films that Kim's worked on, and I'll be watching stuff on television, and I'll know it's one of her films, and I think the number of times I've watched that film down the years, and I've admired something, and it's directly something Kim worked on. Like I say, the paint jobs on the subs for Red October, mind blown. Anyway, we're now joined by a guest. Afternoon.
Well, you say a guest.
Sorry, a gust, more like.
Do I really count as a guest, or am I just the scenery?
No, you're a guest. You're a guest. It's a tale of two environs here at the moment, because as you can see, I'm slightly kind of dappled in this beautiful autumnal light as I have a true south-facing window here, because the sun's actually gone past the halfway mark now, so it's just creeping through the Christmas tree outside, the fir tree outside. But that was good though. Did you see any of that? That was
I was watching while I was setting up. Yes, very, very good. Yes,
I mean, those models are incredible, aren't they?
I definitely think there's plenty of mileage in having that young lady back on too.
It's like I say, she's.
Well, it's just part of the joy is just watching you fanboy. You just go. It really is.
But like I say, Kim worked on it was the restoration of the original series anyway. She didn't work on the original series Enterprise. I meant she worked on the restoration at the Smithsonian.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's been restored a number of times. It was rather badly restored about 20 odd years ago, and they've gone back and literally now taken it back to almost what it was like as the original filming miniature. And
I think a lot of stuff. It's like a lot of aircraft after World War II. They were really badly restored and painted. And our KD 431 at the Fleet Air Museum was just given a coat of gloss sea blue, and now everybody seems to be about restoring them to their original look. And I think that's a really important thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I had to get KD 431 in there, didn't I? My favorite aeroplane ever.
I think at some stage you are actually going to have to build it, and actually, because you got your 30-second scale to me.
I've got the Corsair. Yeah, I've got the Corsair. It would be. Do you know what? I didn't get the Time Capsule Fighter book when it was released, and I can't find it now for less than ridiculous money. I'm sure you've got it.
I'll lend you my copy. No, correction. I'll lend you my signed copy.
Yes, but that really is one that would require quite a lot of bravery to get involved with, because you'd have to be really, really specific about how you replicated it, wouldn't you? Because
it's a good book, wouldn't it?
Because the real thing's on display 4 miles as a crow flies away from me.
But that would make a good book, wouldn't it? Actually,
yeah.
A Corsair modelling book, including replicating
the Time Capsule Fighter.
Yeah. Right. I don't want to hold you up anymore, but have we got time so I can do a quick unboxing here, and then I can hand over to you? Is that
you
all right?
carry on? Yeah, you go.
Right,
You go
okay.
for it.
Well, what we've got here then is this turned up from Mr. Farmer, who arrived this morning, and this is the Dragon 72nd scale SAS Bushmaster. Just outside the competition that SMS were running for on their Facebook page, but this is quite deceptive actually, because on the box it says this kit contains over 80 parts. When you open it up, it looks simple, but actually I think the 80 parts are justified. So we'll just have a quick crack through this, and as I say, this is literally an unboxing as much as I haven't even got the bits out the sprue, out the bags rather. So we've got some rather nice slide molded parts here for the for the upper and lower parts of the hull, and it's quite a big vehicle, as you can see. It's all rather neatly done. Then we have, I'm not going to get them out of the bag. We've got some vinyl tires, and we have a decal chute. We'll come back to that in a second. Then we have some photo etch bits for the windscreen wipers, and I think there's a registration plate or something. Some clear parts for the windows and the lights. Then we have some metal bits for the axles, which is rather dandy. Then we have the other bits and pieces. And here we have the other parts for the hull sides. It's got the stowage molded in place. I know some people won't like that. The Pioneer tools rather molded in place. I know some people won't like that, but they don't like it, and then they glue them in place, and then they paint them in situ anyway. So it's always swings and roundabouts. It's all very nicely, cleanly molded, as you would expect from Dragon. Very nice 50 cal machine gun there, and another MG there. Like I say, it says 80 parts, but the number of sprues, runners, frames, it honestly doesn't. It's deceptively. It's making a meal of this. It deceptively doesn't look like 80 parts, but I'm sure they are. Here we've got lower hull sides as well. We've got some of the interior, wheel hubs, parts of the suspension, and pretty much a repeat on this sprue as well. We've got the rear section. We've got the engine grille. I'm going to say it's basic, but they haven't gone to town with an interior. So this looks like it could be a nice, quick kind of weekend project, really. And then we've got some of the hatches and some of the doors as well. Another nice machine gun there. And we'll just whiz through the instructions, if you can get them out of the box. Goodness me. So, as over with Dragon, it's a very ergonomic instruction sheet this time round. Parts are marked that aren't for use, so that's good. They can go into the spares box. And yeah, that is, I know the camera's probably a bit blurring out there. That is fairly basic. I mean, like I say, there really isn't, well, I say there really isn't an interior. There really isn't an interior apart from the driver's cabin. There's nothing for the crew compartment and everything. But that's no bad thing, I don't think. It makes for a nice quick build. As I say, the underside is fairly basic, but that is a reflection of the actual vehicle. And then we have 3 schemes and decals, which that's quite nice. They actually give you a decal there. If I can hold that to the camera. They actually give you a decal for the weathered windscreen, for all the dust on the windscreen. I think that's a first. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that before. But you get that and number plate and some other bits and pieces. But that's it. I mean, there's essentially, it's you can do it as 3 different vehicles from different deployments. They're overall 1 color sand, so that's a piece of cake. We'll have a lottery over this, but I'm actually looking forward to building that. I think that's I think that looks good fun.
Nice
Unless you want to build it. If you want to build it, you can build it.
Well, no, I think if I'm not gonna fight you over it. If it's one that you fancy, if it's one that you feel the urge that you would really like to build, I mean, it's it's for it's for our sponsor, isn't it? So
I was just going to say, we'd like to say thank you to the hobby company who supplied that kit, and in fact, they've supplied a number of kits for the weekend. So we are very grateful to them. We will be doing some more unboxings during the day because we've got quite a few to get through, including that Tamiya Grumman Tomcat with the carrier deck, which will be winging its way to you. So
yeah, it's a couple of years.
I'm going to go make another cup of tea. I'm going to hand over to you.
You're going to hand over to me.
Yeah. So we'll hand over to Drew. So see you all later on, folks.
Well, afternoon, everybody. Hope you're all enjoying the show. So it kind of yesterday we were still sorting out the final running order, and it was I ended up being pushed back to the afternoon because I was working this morning, and I was trying to think of I was actually didn't have a plan at that point. And then it occurred to me that on the Wednesday show, if anybody watches us during the week, on the Wednesday show, we discussed the use of various thinners and things like that. Stuff like, Mr. Color Rapid Thinner and Mr. Color Leveling Thinner. So I thought what I'd do is I would actually cover the way I use these different thinners today in terms of achieving natural metal finishes. Now I'm just going to turn a light on a second and switch to the vertical. Just bring in. So this is a natural metal finish, which you can see there's panel work and stuff on it, but it's quite subtle. This is the Model Civit P51H that I built. Was about 18-20 months ago I built this. But this was finished, the actual natural metal parts were finished in the way that I tend to do all of my natural metal models now. It was over a gloss black base and using mainly LP11 or decanted AS12. They're basically the same color, and then various tints of that for different panels and things. Now I know we've had Jennifer on here showing how she does foiling and stuff. I'm essentially too lazy to foil models. I get bored too quickly, so I will always use a paint solution, which I don't think it's probably not quite as realistic as the finishes Jen achieves, but I think it's in tolerable bounds. So what we're going to do is cover the prep and the basic coating. So yeah, like I say, I think that's within tolerable bounds of a natural metal finish. Let me know your thoughts. So traditionally, achieving natural metal finishes is in the preparation, and that hasn't changed. I think that is still basically the truth. It's in the preparation, but it's also in the execution. And the preparation doesn't really have to be as prolonged as a lot of people would have you believe. So I apply, as long as the general finish is good enough and there's not too many disparate materials, I don't use what you'd call a primer coat of grey or anything. I go straight to a gloss black undercoat. And the gloss black undercoat can be any gloss black undercoat really that won't be disturbed by the overcoat. For that, I tend to use, at the moment, I'm using Mr. Color GX2, which is the Ueno, however you pronounce that, black, which is a really nice gloss black. And one of the things you need to do is prepare the surface. So here's a spare wing. I'm sure some people identify what this wing is off, but here we are. So it's about getting a good surface, but it doesn't have to be super slick and shiny. I have indeed just lost a pair of sanding sticks, which have been here all morning. Bear with me just a second, people, while I try and find them. Ah, there they are. So a lot of people will micro mesh stuff right up through to 12,000 grit. For most finishes, I find that going any higher than 2,500 grit, if I'm doing natural metal finishes. If I'm doing a camouflage finish, I won't actually nowadays go any finer than 800 grit wet and dry. It's fine for any kind of matte or semi-gloss camouflage finish. But for a metal finish, all I do is just gently prepare the surface. You can see that's quite a shiny surface, but it's just a case of giving the surface a bit of a rub over to remove any sort of anything on the surface and give it a very, very light keying prior to the airbrush. So as you can see, that's kind of dulled that finish off a little bit. I'm going to use a little bit of, in this case, it's Vallejo's airbrush thinner, just on a piece of kitchen towel, just to give it a wash to make sure there's no dust on it. Now that, as far as I'm concerned, that is good enough for the base coat, the gloss black base coat. It's going to look fine. If you want to go further into stuff like the 4,000 grits, obviously you can see this is the Infini Sanders from Korea. You can, and as you can see, that will very, very quickly bring up a really quite shiny finish. But it's not really necessary. I'm just going to go over this whole wing now because I've started, so I don't want any kind of disparity between the finishes. So that is that done. Just give it another quick wipe over. So we're ready for our base coat, so you can kind of extrapolate that through to a complete model. So what we're going to do is we're going to apply a coat of Mr. Colour GX2 Gloss Black to that. Now the thinner I'm going to use for this is going to be Mr. Colour Leveling Thinner. The reason for that is that I want the retarder in the Mr. Colour Leveling Thinner to allow this paint to stay a little bit wet for a few seconds and give it a chance to level out on the surface of the model, so you don't get any orange peeling or anything like that. It's really that simple. I decant all my thinners into little squeeze bottles like this, just to make them easier to spray with. So that's my compressor on. That's my coffee. That's my coffee now gone. So we'll be using for this. This is my what we call a daily driver. This is the airbrush I use for sort of 80-90% of my work, I would say. It's an Iwata HPCH. Again, people talk about what pressure am I using. I don't know. I use a Mac valve. The pressure on the air on the compressor down there is about 30 psi, but I'm always adjusting using the Mac valve to get a good spray pattern. So let's just so that's had a shake. That's pretty much good enough to go. I'm going to be mixing it straight into the brush. Do I put the paint in first or the thinner in first? It makes no difference, really doesn't. So I'm just going to throw a little bit of paint in there, like so. So I've got a little bit of paint in my cup. Then I'm going to add sort of about 50% of the Mr. Colour Leveling Thinner to the cup. And then I will use, you can use anything to stir it. I like using an old paintbrush to stir paint in the cup. It just is one of the most efficient ways of mixing paint in an airbrush cup that I find. So that's about 50% paint, 50% thinner in there. What pressure am I using? I don't know yet. So like I say, I'm not gonna, so that's quite a low pressure. So I'll just pull it open till I start getting a spray pattern. And I want that pressure up a little bit. Like so. So I've got a really nice atomizing pattern on the brush now. I'll bring the camera in a little bit. I don't want to get too big because then I find it's very easy to immediately go out of focus or go out of frame, shall we say. So what I want to do is get a good opaque coat of black over this as kind of a base for the metal finish. So what I'm going to do, apply a coat like that. Now that hasn't gone on completely opaque, as you don't want it to, but it's not really a mist coat because hopefully you can see that it's still gone on wet, and so over the next few seconds we'll still sort of start evening itself out as the leveling thinner slowly evaporates rather than quickly evaporates. You know, if I switch to air and blow over it, which isn't the best solution being as I want it to level, but you can see how quickly it'll flash off, and that's the retarder thinner as well. So with that one key coat on there, you can actually get quite a good opaque coat now on there now. So I'm using quite an open nozzle. Just working backwards and forwards, so you can see how that's gone on there. That's it. Honestly, guys, that's as much of an undercoat as you need. So what then is going to happen is I'm going to pour what's left of that back into the color cup. Put the lid back on the paint. I'm going to throw some neat leveling thinner just into the cup there. Like so. Give it a stir around. So there's probably about 1% of the black paint left in there now. The rest is basically neat thinner. So what you can do then is just apply a wet coat of basically neat thinner over the model. You see how rough that looks. Over the next couple of minutes, that will, and I guarantee you, that will settle in. There'll be no orange peel. Nearly everything you've got there, nearly everything that's on there in terms of liquid is going to evaporate in the next few seconds to minutes, and leave a very, very tight coat of gloss black paint, which we can then lightly polish out. So I'll put my airbrush to one side and move that out of the way. In the best traditions of Blue Peter, for those of you who live in the UK and know and remember Blue Peter, here's one I prepared earlier. I should be wearing gloves as well. I'm not, so let's just clean my dirty hands off. And then get a glove out for future spraying. So yes, so here's one I prepared last night. So you can see that is a very smooth coat of paint. When it's dry, we can use in this case, a piece of Trizact, just to very, very lightly polish the surface and remove any sorts of nastiness that's in the paint there. And this stuff is so fine that it's not going to go through the paint unless you really, really overdo it in terms of sanding. So with that wet, we can just give that a wipe off. And hopefully you can see that whilst that's not a deep gloss, it's actually really, really, it's very smooth indeed. So what we're now going to do is I'm going back and I'm using, I'm going to clean the surface before we go to the metal, and I'm using Vallejo airbrush thinner for that because it's got some very, very mild solvent, acrylic solvents in it, which mean that it does act as a cleaner, but it's not going to remove any of the paint, any of the lacquer paint, like, you know, using even alcohol will end up removing a small amount of paint and possibly impacting the finish. So I'm using Vallejo airbrush thinner there because it's it performs a cleaning role but doesn't impact the paint in its own right. So that there is good enough that we can look at applying a metal or a base metal finish to work from over it. So like I said, there are lots of different metallics available these days. The one we're going to be using today is LP11, which is just, to me, is lacquer silver. One of quite a few metallic colors they do in their range of lacquers, but the best of the lot, I think. It's basically the same as AS12 silver in the spray range, just in a bottled paint form instead. So what we need to do is thin that back to spray it. And whilst we used Mr. Colour leveling thinner to allow the black to level out as it dries, we don't want that to happen with the silver paint. We want exactly the opposite thing to happen with the silver paint. We don't want to give the metallic flake in the paint a chance to settle. So you need a considerably hotter thinner for that. And Mr. Hobby do a Mr. Rapid thinner like this. But before Mr. Hobby had done this, quite a few years before, Gianotis, or Gianotis, I don't know how you pronounce it, had done this, which they actually marketed as a metallic master. And this is a considerably hotter thinner. It's still not as hot as like normal lacquer thinner, or cellulose as we call it in the UK, but it is quite a bit hotter than the you know, things like the leveling thinner. It has no retarder in it or anything at all. Excuse me. So it flashes off really quickly. It doesn't give the metallic paint a chance to settle properly, which is kind of the point, because that flake doesn't then settle. It doesn't dull the finish at all. So you end up with a brighter finish than you would otherwise have with the normal thinner or the retarded thinner. So in this instance, again, I'm going to be using a rapid thinner. Again, it's been decanted into one of these little bottles. You can buy these on eBay. These bottles, you can get them in packs of 10 and 20, and they come with various different bottles, bottled cap lids, colors, I should say. So, you know, the light blue for me is leveling thinner. The purple is kind of like the nearest to the rapid thinner. You know, I've got, that's Hataka Orange Lines lacquer thinner, which is in an orange line, in an orange cap. So it just means that I can quickly grab, and that's just standard Tamiya thinner in a dark blue cap. It just means that I don't have to search for the thinner I want. I can just look over and grab the one I need. And then there's stuff like, you know, even the acrylic resin powder I use for the dental acrylic resin I use for super glue and stuff, mixing with super glue. Simon, I'm not sure, with acrylics, could you spray thinner over the surface like you did with self-leveling thinner to smooth down? You can, if you use if you're using like the Japanese or Asian lacquer acrylics, stuff like Tamiya or Guns or Mr. Aqueous, stuff like that, that will level out. Stuff like you know, AK or Vallejo doesn't react well with these sorts of thinners anyway, so it probably wouldn't work, but it works fine with these. So I'm just going to show you. There's the you can see most of that's evaporated now. There's a few little bits and bobs, a few little marks in the paint, which we'll be polishing out before we sprayed that. But as I said, here's the other wing. I sprayed that black last night, and you've just seen me add the sorry, what am I trying to say? You just see me clean that surface off again and very lightly polish it, so we're ready to spray on that. So, like I said, LP11. This is actually a fresh jar. This is the first time it's been opened. So just to show you, because I will tend to throw paint straight back in the jar. I couldn't tell you what the ratio is of the existing jar I've got. So if I'm using a fresh jar, we all know that it's got no thinner in it as such at this point. So everything's being thinned from the base paint, if you like, back, rather than putting pre-thinned paint into my airbrush and thinning it back some more and leaving you with no idea. So hopefully you can see how fine-grained that paint is. It's really incredibly fine-grained. Yeah, Pavio, they do, but I kind of, AK Real Color, I kind of class as a separate range again. When I talk about AK, generally I'm still talking about their normal acrylic colors. So yeah, you're quite right. If you can add AK Real Color into those Mr. Hobby and Mr. Color and Gianotti's. Does anybody know how you pronounce that? Is it with a hard G or a soft G? Is it Gianotti's or Gianotti's? Would Tamiya lacquer thinner work the same as rapid thinner? It's more like Mr. Color normal thinner, so it's not as hot as these rapid thinners. It's more like their normal thinner. So not as well, but it would. So what I'm going to do, you see it's actually quite thick, that paint. So 3 or 4 brush loads in there. Now the metallics can be thinned back quite heavily. So again, it's probably 50 or 60% thinner in there. And you want this initially to go on in quite light coats because you do want it to flash off as quickly as it possibly can. So it's kind of, you want it to go on wet, but you also want it to flash off very quickly. So that is probably 60-70% thinner in there. So we'll just have a look and see how it's coming through, because I fully expect there to be a little bit of black still coming through there. So we've got a good good pattern there, good spray. So, and it's not terribly different from the black. You're just spraying paint. There's no huge secret to it, but I find that the the black undercoat does help the metallic shine come through. So hopefully you can see that. The thing with metallics like these silvers and stuff is that they're really quite pigment heavy, quite dense. So whilst that's not an opaque coat, or a complete coat, I should say, what has gone on there has gone on really quite opaque. So, and the thing is, that's really, I wouldn't handle it too heavily, but you can see I brushed my finger lightly over that and didn't have any impact on the paint initially. So then I can go over with a slightly wet coat, like so. And that's it. That's how quickly you can apply a metal coat. Now, if you catch that in the light, you can still see, hopefully, bits where it's perhaps not as opaque as you'd like it. At that point, don't be scared to add more thinner. People say you shouldn't backflush your airbrush. I've never had a problem backflushing an airbrush to mix the paint. So there we go. So that's probably 85% thinner now. And again, you're not really, it's not high fill or anything like that, so it's not really filling the panel lines to any huge degree. And so what I would tend to do now is walk away and let that dry for a while before going any further. You can actually weather these. So one of the things I've been experimenting with recently for weathering metallics is obviously the old splatter masks like these. And they're good for applying a general base coat. So the original black here, you can see, still hasn't fully dried off, so I can't apply any metallic to that at the moment.
Sorry, Drew, just to interrupt quickly. A question from Jim. He says, would Tamiya lacquer thinner work?
No, I've already answered that, John.
I do apologise.
Yeah, no, I did. As I explained, Tamiya thinner is like Mr. Colour normal thinner rather than rapid, so it'll work better than the it would work better than leveling thinner, but not as good as a rapid thinner. So for this, you really do want one of the rapid thinners. So in terms of weathering this finish before we start adding any panels or stuff, what I would tend to do is have a little bit of that in there. So a little bit of our Ueno black in there. Thin it back even some more. Like so. And then you're just looking at, let's make sure we've got the actual colour. Coming through the brush. And then you're just picking up your, picking these up, and then you just, it really makes no difference how you do this. Choose random pieces of your splatter mask. and mist it over really quite liberally. And you end up with this, you end up with a kind of a variegated finish over the metallic, but it's still metallic. And obviously with these, the closer you hold the masks, the tighter the pattern is going to be. But it's really just that, it really is that random. So that's all we're doing, is just you're adding this kind of randomness to the paint. And you keep working that as much as you like and as often as you like, really. Keep changing the orientation of the paint mask. Until you build it up to where you wanted. So you've got a nice you've got a lot going on there in terms of a busy weathered paint finish. Then what I would do is we'll give the airbrush a really, really quick spray through. Like that. And this is the bit that I find in a lot of weathering people don't do, which is to tone the weathering back. So what we want to do is, that looks a bit stark in a lot of places. Do I set the limiter when spraying? No, I don't. No, I do very occasionally when I'm doing fine freehand work. But generally what I find is, if you set the limiter, if the airbrush, whenever the airbrush does clog up or stop spraying, or the needle, you get needle dry or tip dry or anything like that, if you've got the limiter set, it's very difficult to open the airbrush up to clear the brush, because quite often when that happens, just pulling the airbrush needle back and spraying paint through for a half a second will clear the needle and unclog it. I find if I set the limiter, I've got to constantly undo the limiter to clear the airbrush. So I don't tend to use the limiter day to day, just the way I do it. But I know that some people are happy to do that, and there's no right or wrong way. I don't. Some people do. So I'm just going to add a little bit of leveling thinner in there. Then I'm going to mix a little bit of our base metallic color, until we got it coming through. And like I say, this is something that quite often I think people don't do, which is to tone your weathering back. So what I'm doing is applying the base color now as a very, very light mist. And all that does is just, it kind of just softens edges and removes any starkness to the weathering, and just gives you this really nice, hopefully you can see that, a really nice even weathering pattern. Quite often, like I say, people don't tend to do this, and it's kind of, sometimes it feels to me a bit like they're so desperate for you to notice the technique that's been used that they don't employ that technique to its best abilities, if that makes sense. They want you to see their hard work rather than trying to hide their light under a bushel, sort of thing. So thing is, with that, I can now, you can see how soon that was, what, less than a minute ago, and I'm already able to brush a finger over that. And because we're using lacquers, hopefully you can see it's not pulling anything up, which means that literally this quickly you could start masking. And spraying panels if you like. And in some ways, I sometimes think that if you do this first, before you employ these masks, and then bring the whole lot back in, it can actually help with painting different panels as well. It can actually tone all those different panels back a little bit so they don't look so stark either. So that's how quickly you can move on. And you're spraying metallics over metallics, so turn the pressure up a little bit for this. So just turn the pressure up a little bit, and then you can go like so. And you should be able to remove that masking without damaging the panels, because that's how quick lacquer, that's how quickly lacquer paints dry. So we'll do another one. Doesn't matter which ones. Just picking some random panels here. Just picking some random panels. Like so. But you can see you'll be able to get decent metal finish in a very few hours on even a reasonably sized model. Let's move all these, put the cap on all these paints so I don't go knocking them over. So it's actually quite good on quite a lot of minor parts of models, if you like. So hopefully you can see all the metallic areas on the tail of this Phantom, which is still in work, if you like. But that's been done using exactly the same method. The entire model was camouflaged. Then I masked off these metal areas, sprayed it all black, sprayed it all gloss black, gave it a very light polish, and then went in with the LP11 and tinted it as necessary to get the to get the finish I wanted. Once upon a time, I would have sprayed all of this area metal, masked it off, and then done the rest of the camouflage. But these days, I seem to have moved to doing it this way, where the metal areas are sprayed last. It means there's a bit more masking involved, because obviously you don't want metallic overspray is the very worst thing you can get. So there's a little bit more masking involved, but I do generally think it's giving me better results. And the area under here, look, just completely darkened and sooty. Should probably be a bit more sooty. But yeah, that just shows the kind of effect you can get using exactly the techniques I've just spent the last 45 minutes or so showing you. So, and that's weathered as well. The Mustang that I showed you when we came into this, there's actually no weathering in terms of that variegated finish that's been done on that. And that Mustang has also had a coat of varnish over the top, which accounts for the reason for the level of shine. Dave, probably not, because I tend to use. Dave's asking there, will I mask the metal areas before top coats on the F4? Probably not, Dave, because what I'm finding is that with the lacquer, the lacquer gloss varnishes, it doesn't really impact this metallic finish at all, and the final VMS varnish finish really doesn't have any impact either. So I don't tend to mask these areas off before the final varnish coats go on, and they survive just fine. They look just fine. So looks very Drew, says Jim. Oh, thank you. I do look very me most of the time, I must admit. It's the bane of my life, really. Thanks, Jim. We were gently ribbing you, my friend. We know. Gary's asking, what tape did you use there? Gary, this is a tape. You can see the manufacturer's name there, Kip Tape, which I used to order in every 5 or 6 years. I order a gigantic box of this for many, well, not many pounds. It's good value for money, but it is basically largely the same as Tamiya tape. It's just a lot cheaper and comes in much bigger rolls. Again, if you look on eBay, places like that, you'll find this tape on there. Having said that, I still do use normal Tamiya tapes because they're a little bit finer for finer masking. I think you can see that there's not much difference in them really, but the Tamiya stuff here is perhaps a shade thinner, not by much, but it's enough to make a difference if you're masking the outline of something. So I tend to use this for masking outlines of stuff, and then I'll fill in with the Kip tape. Yeah, Pavio is literally, the darker panels are literally LP11 with a bit of GX2 thrown in. That's, you know, and then I'll mix perhaps a dab of orange in if I want it to go more towards a titanium sort of effect, something like that. So the thing is, you can add any amount of colors. You can add grays, you can add purples, you can just add anything you want really to get the effects you want. Yeah, that's just a bit of black added in. So David Mummery there is asking, would you gloss black for all metallic colors? I always start with gloss black these days, David. It's just, yeah, for any metallic finish, I start with a gloss black. If you want a super high shine, you're really looking at using things like Alclad's polished aluminium and stuff like that. And if you're using Alclad polished aluminium and finishes like that, one, they're more alcohol based, so they're a bit more fragile. But two, your surface prep really has to be knocked up another level for the extra high shine, because the extra high shine will catch any, and I mean any, kind of defect or problem with the finish. I mean, this is very much an imperfect finish at the moment. I would obviously take a bit more care if I was doing it rather than just a demo. Would I use the VMS? Would I use the VMS semi over a natural metal finish? I don't know. Let's have a look, shall we? So let's just give this airbrush a little bit of a spritz out, because we've got a lot of, there's quite a lot of metallic in there at the moment. So, I mean, when I'm using metallics through an airbrush at the end, I will generally just pop the needle out like so. Give it a bit of a wipe through like that. Bit more gun cleaner in there. So if I'm moving from a if I'm moving between completely disparate types of paint, obviously this has been using all lacquer so far, and we're talking about VMS satin. This being a water-based acrylic, what I would do then is between the paints, just spray a little bit of something like water or alcohol or airbrush thinner through the brush. So hopefully that means that the only stuff left in that brush now, if there's any residue, will be something which is broadly compatible with the next kind of paint that I'm going to put in there. If there was sort of lacquer thinner or you know, cellulose left in there, that could start reacting with the water-based paint that we're going to use next, and create the bad, you know, gumming up of the airbrush and bad finishes and all the rest of it. So if you switch from one kind of paint or thinner to another type completely, always spray some neat thinner through, just to make sure that everything in the airbrush is going to be compatible. So this is the VMS satin. Boom, like so. All I'm going to do is just give it a shake. That's all you need to do with this stuff, really, is give it a bit of a shake. So put a few drops in there like so. I'm just going to make sure that my so that's going through already. And let's see what happens when I apply a satin over it, shall we? So that's one coat of satin over there. I'm just going to give it a quick blow over to flash it off. So that's a coat of that's given a wet coat of the VMS satin over there. Now, so giving it a blow over with the with just cut to air, just to dry it off. And as you can see, what the satin has done, it's killed a bit of the super shiny finish, but it still looks pretty metallic. And in fact, if we bring that the Mustang back, you can see that now they're far more similar in terms of their overall effect, like so. So there you go, Clint. There's an on the hop sort of demonstration of the impact that spraying VMS varnishes over these metallics have. And bluntly, yes, it will sort of kill a little bit of the shine, if you like, but it just makes it look like a slightly duller metal rather than killing the metallic effect. So I actually I do tend to use a varnish finish even on metallic finishes these days. And if I'd added a bit more gloss into that satin just to bring the gloss level up a little bit, it would have also, you know, it would have killed the shine less. So I hope that's I hope that gives you some indication of what varnishing over the metal does. Jim Alter got there saying, have I ever had Tamiya tape or any kind of masking tape pull up? Yes, I mean it's an occupational hazard, Jim, with the hobby, that some paints will be lifted. It used to be, I used to have terrible trouble with enamels, specifically things like extra color that I love to spray, but would sometimes, for no apparent reason, pull up in just sheets when I pulled the masking tape off. I do find that these days, when I'm using lacquers and proper cleaning of the model surface, it happens exceedingly rarely. I mean, this paint here on this Phantom, this has been done with I think it was Hataka acrylics, sorry, Hataka lacquer paints, and it's had a coat of gloss over the top, gloss lacquer over the top. So so if you burnish that down like so and peel it off, you know, I very rarely you can pull that off, as you know, really quite vigorously, and it's not really having any impact. Now, I wouldn't try that over where these decals are, because that's kind of asking for trouble. But hopefully you can see that it's all about prep, and these days lacquer finishes bite into the surface and are far more durable than finishes used to be. I also probably wouldn't try it with the water-based acrylics quite that vigorously. So you know, your AK acrylics, your Vallejo acrylics, those sorts of things, probably wouldn't try it with those. But I tend to find with aqueous hobby color, Tamiya acrylic, Tamiya lacquers, Mr. Color lacquers, all those kinds of lacquers, never any problem at all these days. And if I do, it tends to be in tiny little flecks rather than sheets or anything like that. So just as a stress test, so this was varnished. We saw how soon this was varnished. This was what, 5 minutes ago. So that's had gloss black like so over it last night, and as you can see, over the last since I sprayed that is now dried off, and even sort of like within that was what, 40 minutes ago, and you can actually start polishing that with abrasives now. No problem at all. So that is the joy of using acrylics, is that. So less than an hour after you saw me paint that black, we're polishing the surface, ready for applying metallic or any kind of top coat you want. So as I say, this was painted gloss black last night, polished. You've seen me apply 2 or 3 coats of metallic of different types today. We've applied the metallic, weathered it, done some other panels, and then at Clint's urging, we've given it a coat of varnish 5 minutes ago. So just as a little stress test, and it's quite possible this will pull up, because it hasn't all had a chance to cure yet. Let's just have a look. Well, I think, you know, and even catching that in the light, it's not even pulling the varnish up. So that again shows. So shall we tear it off as quickly as I possibly can and see what happens? There you go. So that's how hardy these, and you know, I can't really burnish it down any harder than that. And it's fine. Remember when you used to use enamel metallics, and it used to be just the very nightmare for it didn't cure. It always stayed soft, and you certainly couldn't mask over it. And here I am less than an hour after applying this, or probably half an hour, and I'm burnishing this tape into place, even over the edges here where you'd normally expect it to pick up, and I'm actually trying to get it to tear now. It's one of those challenges. Let's see if I can get some paint to tear up. Nope. So there you go. Hopefully that's given a little insight into how I do metallic finishes these days, based just on that conversation we had on Wednesday about various thinners and stuff. And so for me, assuming there's no other questions, here endeth my lesson. At least I think John's busy putting in a so yeah, give it a go. Give it a go.
Me, utter professional.
Oh yeah, absolutely prepared. Absolutely,
no, absolutely. Prepared. Yeah. Actually, I went onto eBay. Are those the bad boys?
Mine are slightly bigger than that, but yeah, I mean they're all of a muchness. You can find them, any, plastic dropper bottles or some kind of search term like that is certainly going to get you.
I just bought the last ones of those. If at some stage this afternoon, if you can go back through your eBay purchase history and actually put a link through to those ones,
I'll have a look. But they're probably about 3 years ago. So
okay. We get an extra. Oops, Daisy. We've got an extra unboxing here, which is rather exciting, or an unbagging. Wow. Look what we've been buying.
Oh well, yeah.
It's hair sealed. That's clever.
That's somehow I prepared earlier. So.
I was going to say I have not. I'm new. I am absolutely new to VMS varnishes. I've seen Martin Kovac eulogizing about them. I've seen you eulogizing about them. I just haven't had the chance to try them out yet. So at your
like I say, John, you've just witnessed me use them in action on that. So
so at your recommendation, I got 2 satins and a matte, and I look forward to using them.
Yes, you'll hardly ever need to touch the matte. The satin will be the one that you use for nearly everything.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing I've learned from watching Martin's videos, is that he satin coats his tanks in order to get. He does it as a sealing coat before he starts the weathering process, because the satin finish helps draw pin washes and defines them better.
Yeah.
Also, he doesn't bother putting a finishing coat on. It's even though the model, a tank, it sounds kind of like against logic, a tank with a bit of shine to it. Is once you actually start putting the weathering in, you're putting the matte in with the weathering.
The thing is, the VMS satin, it doesn't give a shine per se. It's a flat that gently just catches the light on edges. It's not shiny by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
And I think it's just, whereas the flat I tend to find is just a bit too flat. The satin is just about all you ever need, really. I have the matte and the gloss just to, if I want to shift it one way or the other slightly. I look
forward to trying them at the next available opportunity. So what are we coming up to? We're coming up to 8 minutes to 2 o'clock. We could carry on till 2, or we can. What do you want to do?
Well, aren't I straight back on?
Are you straight back on? Let's just have a quick look at the old schedule. And that is, yes, you're back on again at
quick vox pop then from our viewers, because I don't, that was my initial plan, and I don't have a plan for the second part, which I mean I'll find something, but is there anything that anybody wants me to cover?
Yes, let us know now, or let us know in the comments, because we can always catch up on the comments. Drew is, you know, he's a bit like an MP. He'll do things at requests.
I'll do anything. Yeah, I'll do anything for money.
But he'll do it for free, obviously.
Yeah.
So
what?
Well, actually, we're paying you in Tamiya Tomcat, so don't worry. So yeah, you're back in just about an hour. So
what do you mean you're paying me in Tamiya Tomcats? Hang on. Yeah, and what happens to that?
You have the lovely memory of building it, and you don't have to worry about storing it.
Oh, all right. That was it. Yes, that was it. I remember.
It works for me. Seriously, I these days, because somebody said to me the other day, they said, doesn't it bother you that you build these models but you never see them again? I'm just like, no. I mean,
I've got boxes of models. Once models finished, I finished. So I finished the Mirage 3 last night. The latest Mirage 3. I finished that last night. And literally, once I photograph that, it's going to be put in a box, and it'll get taken out if it goes to a show or it needs anything, you know, it needs more photographs or anything like that, or stuff like that. Otherwise, it'll just go in a box. It'd be pretty. So the idea that it goes off to a distributor or importer or something, and they use it on their stands is great. It's all the enjoyment with none of the responsibility.
Yep.
So.
Baghead 1996 says cider cake. Bring back the cider cake. Yeah, we're working on it. Don't worry.
Douglas there saying home brews, mech, etc. Douglas, I'm going to steer away from that a little bit for obvious reasons. I know people get quite quite irate. Well, not quite irate, but quite shocked at the sheer amount of solvents and stuff I have around. The only thing I could say with that,
I don't want this channel going on an MI5 watch list. Let's put it that way.
The only thing is, I would suggest is for the home brewing, look up the MSDS, find out what the ingredients are, and look on eBay for the ingredients. It's really that simple. None of these things are particularly complicated, but I don't really want to get too involved in mixing them on video. No. Not because there's anything wrong with it. It's just that it kind of you are playing with a lot of solvents and stuff.
I would rather you didn't do it either. So we've got Rob Monfee says mine VMS varnishes. Mine arrived this morning too. What a coincidence! Almost like I ordered them during Wednesday's show. So yes. And also, we have, here we go. Question from Paul Milligan. He says, have the early quarter scale F14A from Tamiya. Which resin seat would you recommend, as I would like seats with harness cast in?
Face hanger. I mean, it's an obvious reply, but I think Quick Boost do them. But I know that our friend Mike at Phase Hanger does various Tomcat seats, and they were all mastered by John Chung, so we can sort of personally vouch for the quality, if you like. Yeah, have a look at Phase Hanger.
I'm on their page at the moment, and I'm just looking up Tomcat seats, so bear with me.
And I think they do with and without harnesses.
Oh, I've just done Tomcat Sweat, which is here we go. Here we go. Yep. Let me just share the screen with you. Share screen. Chrome tab. I think that is what you're looking for.
There you go. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, and like I say, we know the casting quality because we know Mike's work, and we know the mastering quality because I know John's work. So they would be my go-to for seats.
Right, there you go, Paul. We've put a link up there anyway, so you should be able to kind of cut and paste that.
Actually, Clint Dodds there saying went back to using CA for seams as I got so tired of ghost seams popping up later. Actually, I'll I'll dig a couple of spare fuselage halves out and something, and we'll cover using CA for that sort of job on my next. Yeah, we'll go over that next if that's what people are happy with, showing how I use CA for things.
Yeah, and Clint also says got my VMS from Hobby World USA. So excellent.
Oh, so there clearly is a US importer. I wouldn't. I didn't know if there was a US importer or not. I mean, I got my first ones direct from Poland, and my last lot from Scale Model Shop. So,
yeah. Well, according to my time here, we are. So look, we're coming up to lunch. So time for.
So we're going to have some lunch, and we'll come back, and we'll perhaps deal with a little bit of some random stuff. But I'll find some spare fuselage halves, and we'll deal with a little bit of CAing.
Yeah, that's excellent. That's excellent. So we will be back at quarter. Do you want to do 1:45 or 2 o'clock? What do you want? Do you want
2 o'clock?
15
I think.
Minutes?
Yeah, 2 o'clock. All right.
2 o'clock's fine. So we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Slight change to the schedule there, but that was always going to happen. So a big thank you to Drew. That was very good because because I went out and bought some stuff based on his recommendation. So
what again?
Again, yeah.
What have you bought this time?
I'm listening. I'm taking.
Well, there is that.
There is that. So we are signing off now at 2 o'clock. We will be back at 3 o'clock. So we're going off air for now. But until then, we will see you very, very soon. So until then, bye for now.
Take care, all.